Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Live at the Nexon Arena. I am Valdez. With me is LS tonight, as always. We're going to have the starting matchup be Samsung versus the GreenWings, and then later on, we'll jump into ROX versus BBQ.
Yeah, and we'll see if Samsung can continue their hot streak here tonight, or what Janair can come up with as we are approaching the very last few weeks of the season. Also, tonight is patch 7.5, so there's going to be a little bit of changes. Finally, LeBlanc might actually not get banned tonight.
Yeah,
I think she might not get picked either.
Yeah, she might just be totally gone for, you know, the rest of this season at least, until maybe she gets some buffs, because that nerf was pretty... It was pretty big. It was pretty big.
It was big. It was Kassadin or level, or Kassadin, right?
Yeah. Kassadin
level nerfs, and so I don't think that we'll be seeing her. But then again, Korea always do tend to favor mobility and very versatile kits. So there's still a possibility that some teams will still opt to pick LeBlanc despite her nerfs, just because her kit is still so good. But I'm not expecting to see her on opening day of 7.5.
Yeah, we will be having 7.5 until I think it's April 3rd, and then we will actually be jumping into 7.6. So that will be up for the post-season of LCK Spring.
Wonder if that means that we get to see Galio.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
That would be interesting to see him pulled out. But we're about to go into picks and ban here on 7.5, so we're going to see what gets changed up on the red side now. As also, let's see what happens to Varus and Jin and others.
Yeah, we're going to have Samsung starting here on the blue side. So, Malzahar, still very popular ban. By the way, Haru is in the lineup for Samsung today, so looking for that aggression from the jungle. That makes sense when you're going up against the most passive team in all of LCK, the GreenWings.
First ban, Malzahar. GreenWings responds with Camille, so nothing too surprising or different yet. Another thing to note is that some of the changes to AD carries that were affected were Lucian, and Lucian's actually been very popular lately in Korean solo queue. And with the changes to Varus and Jin, you have to wonder what will end up happening. And yeah, as we have it, LeBlanc makes it through the ban phase. Don't expect to see her picked. Graves now being adopted as a red side ban. That does signal a potential Rengar first pick. I know a lot of people, mostly in the Western community, thought Rengar would be dead, but Koreans still respect that Rengar's kit is just too good relative to the current jungler meta pool.
Also note that Varus not banned here and not picked very early on. Going with the Ezreal is Teddy for the GreenWings.
We managed to get the Ezreal Karma, doesn't really give too much away. Samsung Galaxy very quick with their responses. Jin, and it looks like Karma now being picked up. Or not Karma, Zyra. Sorry, I'm looking at Karma.
And they've done this before, the Jin Zyra bot lane, where they just show that they really want to use that as their two guys in the bot lane. We do follow up with a Lee Sin pick here for the GreenWings.
Orianna now being highlighted as a ban by Janair. Don't want to give that over to Crown. Is a champion that he can play, so there is focus on Crown's champion pool here with the Ryze and Orianna, but he is still capable of playing the Syndra. Talia now being highlighted by Samsung Galaxy, targeted at Kuzan. And GreenWings actually going with the Victor ban. That's something that you can't feel so great about having to do simply because Crown is on the enemy team.
And no walls being built tonight with that Talia, as you mentioned. Kind of curious about that Lee Sin for MT. He's been kind of hit or miss. And Lee Sin definitely a champion you want to get ahead with pretty early on. You want to kind of control the game. Not sure if he's the guy for it, but I'm willing to be proven wrong here tonight.
Syndra being banned away as GreenWings. They do have the aggression coming out of Lee Sin, so it's just a pretty no-theme target at Kuzan again, so that they don't give away the power or the beating stick in mid, which is Syndra.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, well, we might get to see her.
Yeah, you kind of called this, even after the nerfs. Seems like still will be a pick here in this game, at least.
I like his face. He like looked over. He's like, "Wait a minute, this is 7.5." He's like, "Wait, is that why she made it this far?" Well, we'll see. Crown has been one of the LeBlanc killers in LCK, and with how hurt she's been via, again, the Kassadin level nerfs that she received this patch, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the laning phase. And it looks like Crown wants to take the Corki into it. We've seen him do this before. Coach Galaxy, yeah, with a very strong team composition against what Jin Air GreenWings wants to do. It's going to be very hard pressed to find success in bot and mid against this lineup. Although it does look like they will counterpick the Rumble up in top lane. They could find some success there.
Yeah. They were looking potentially towards the tank Gragas top, but it looks like they want to go all-out aggression here with their lineup. And, I mean, at least they have a theme this time around. You can see the coach of Samsung was patting Crown on the shoulder like 5 or 6 times as he was about to pick that Corki. I myself, I like the Corki into LeBlanc pick, especially after the nerfs. Seems like it should be pretty good in that lane.
So we'll see how this game unfolds. I feel like Jin Air's team composition, though, it's a little bit on a clock. They don't have too much available to them. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Ixu and Umti in the later stages of the game. And it's not even really so much about being able to tie down that Ezreal, because Samsung's team composition is just going to be so durable in a very extended fight that Jin Air can't really keep up with it. And then when we're factoring in the blue side Jin, they're going to have the luxury of turtling and denying Baron attempts from Jin Air, and it's going to be difficult for Jin Air to sort of pick and pull at them with a split push or anything like that. All right, we're going to get one last look at the team compositions. So we have Maokai, Rengar, Corki, Jin, and Zyra for Samsung.
Very solid. Like that Ruler gets his Jin again. Zyra for Core JJ.
And on the other side, we have Rumble, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Ezreal, and Karma for Jin Air GreenWings. Lots of pressure on Umti to make things happen. He's going to be hard-pressed to do so against Haru. So here's the loading screen.
You guys get to see all the different skins these guys are bringing into the match. We're going to jump into game number 1 right now. Samsung versus the Jin Air GreenWings on the Rift. Wow, that was actually impressive. I mean, I have to be honest, there's not so many fans in the studio right today for game 1 for Jin Air, but they really shouted their heart out for their team.
Is today like a holiday or something, or what is up with
no, I don't believe so.
A little bit weird.
And Samsung's kind of got a decent crowd. And then you look over on the other side, and it's not so big. Not so big. I mean, to be fair, Jin Air obviously not doing that well in this season. I think they're 2-12 so far. Probably going to be forced into playing relegation matches down there in 9th place. Kind of a sad state of affairs, but the team themselves, they don't seem all that sad. Like when I went back to get makeup, the players are kind of joking around. Seems like they're pretty lighthearted about their position. They're not taking it too hard. Like when I see Kongdu Monster in the booth after they lose, it's like everybody is just so depressed. They're really unhappy with the state of affairs. But Jin Air kind of just taking it in stride. And Jin Air, one of the companies, one of the teams in Korea that's doing really well in terms of esports. I mean, Jin Air, the company itself, just sponsored SSL League that we have over here for StarCraft at SPOTV. They sponsored the entire thing by themselves. So the Jin Air company, corporation, team, whatever you want to call it, is doing very well. It seems lots of money being funneled into esports.
And You have to wonder basically what the mentality is of the team. They did pick up a win about 2 weeks ago against Longju. And there is still some matches left in the season, so it's not like they can't turn things around and pick up a little bit in the standing. In this game, though, a little bit interesting of a route from Unti, as it's going to force him to play on the right-hand side of the map. And he's not really going to be able to find much success due to the lane dynamic of bottom lane, and so he ends up going into this clear that picks up Gromp, but in terms of efficiency, it's not the most efficient, again, relative to the lane matchups. He's going to be able to come and pick up Scuttle Crab now, and then he can look to do something against Crown, but you can see that on the flip side, Haru getting the way better end of these trades. He might actually be able to get some summoners out of Crown, though.
Well, here we go, coming on in, forcing the flash out. They're going for the kill. That's going to be first blood given to LeBlanc in the mid lane.
And that was actually a really, really big pickup for Jin Air. They really actually needed that kill. Otherwise, they would have fallen behind even if they did get the summoners. And also, another thing that's very positive for them is that Kuzan is running teleport. So they're going to have that gear available to them in the later stages of the game as a way to sort of make up for some of their weakness.
Oh boy, MT needs to get out of here, but he gets bullied. Down he goes. Nice pathing there from Haru to go all the way around and catch him where he wasn't expecting it.
Nice salvage of the situation by Haru.
He's the hero of the jungle here for Samsung. Coming in when they needed him most. Really pulling this team up. I mean, the rest of them are doing quite well. Crown right now has the most MVP points in the entire league. Ruler, one of the best Jin players right now.
I'm going to take another quick replay of this. And so Umti didn't see him until the last moment. It was a little bit too late as that Bola strike able to lock him down. Kuzan really couldn't help out at that point. Kuzan does still have teleport, though. He's able to conserve it, crown down both summoners. And MT having a lot of focus on the right-hand side of the map. I think that he just wants to make sure that Kuzan is protected, but you can see through the CS score that Crown getting the better end of the laning despite that first blood.
Yeah, making that matchup work for him. Pretty nice so far, even without his summoners, as you mentioned. Kuzan going pretty aggressive, but Crown sticking in there, trying to get as much DPS as possible on the back end of that trade.
Now, Ixu trying to roam down, maybe get some intel for his team. So far, he has not been able to really amass too big of an advantage up in top, and that Maokai going to be quite problematic in the mid stages of the game against the double AP for Jin Air. Definitely going to be a thorn in their side. Haru and Umti basically staying on top of each other, but Haru, CS gap between them is enormous.
I like the way that Cube is playing that top lane. Kind of what you have to do is just play it very passively, let the Rumble push into you. And as you were mentioning, Ixu's not really getting much of a lead, but he has been able to rotate down, you know, get a ward down, see where Haru is. Unfortunately, it didn't help him when it came to that second kill of the game. But, you know, he's trying to get stuff done, get some vision for his team in the top side. Another trade here in top, and trying to get that second root onto Crown. Will Kuzan go for it? Very, very close trade. Haru gets there first.
Lots of discipline by both of these players not to invest any summoner spells. I do believe Crown did have the exhaust up when that was happening, and now Haru here for the relief. So when your mid laner needs to recall, rather than having him lose the entire wave, just call in your jungler, have him pick up the wave, maybe even shove in a wave depending on how the lane is positioned when he arrives.
See bot lane so far, Teddy and Snowflower, even at the level 1 trades, they were doing a very nice job, and they've kept that lead right now ahead about 12 CS. as the waves do crash into each other. Seems like they're pushing the waves in over and over again, and Ruler and CoreJJ are having a little bit of trouble farming under the turret.
And Haru does have level 6, so we'll see what he can do with his On the Hun. Jin Air, though, they need to make something happen somewhere. They can't just let the game keep going at this pace. Yes, they have the scaling on the Ezreal that can offer a lot, but hold that thought.
The exhaust comes down. Crown wants this one, but Unti actually not able to kick him back. And Haru going on in. That's going to be enough DPS to take out Unti. Kuzan, though, trying to go in, do a little bit more poke damage, forced to hop back. Wow, the big zoom in on Crown's face. That was a little bit scary.
Nice pickups for Samsung. That's going to set Umti quite behind, a little bit slow on the trigger, it seemed, actually, with the mechanics. It seems like Jin Air fumbled that from a mechanical standpoint. Now when he comes up, I mean, the blue's up, he wants to hand that off, maybe look to create something in bottom lane. Neither top laner has teleport, so there is an opening where they could just try to do something against Ruler and CoreJJ. Hold that thought as
the packet's coming on in, and Crown has red buff. Kuzan is not getting away from this. That's another kill going over to Crown's Corki in the mid lane.
And this game is getting a little bit out of control. It's only a 1K gold lead, but it's occurring in the areas that Jin Air GreenWings secured themselves the biggest advantages. It's such a critical point in the early game. And now to see them crumbling under pressure can't be too great of a feeling for them.
Haru's going into this. Ixu forced to flash away, as it seems like Crown was seen going top 2.
Now Ixu actually has to play a guessing game. He can't actually know if Haru is still there. He's gonna find out right now, but he's being zoned off the turret, and these are multiple waves that he's just losing in terms of experience and gold. So even though Haru hasn't killed Ixu, he's still generated almost the equivalency of a kill just by denying him from the CS.
Yeah, that was the lane that Ixu was supposed to be dominating, supposed to be getting ahead. And even though there's no kills up there, as you mentioned, 0-0-0 for both players. Right now, seems like QV is about 8 CS ahead. Ixu struggling there a little bit. Now, MT was going into the red side jungle because they saw Haru in their red side jungle. So attempting to steal some of this, but it seems like a bunch of assistance pings are going on over here. It seems like Haru knows exactly where MT is. He's not going to go for it as Crown does go back. Haru actually forced to use his Thrill of the Hunt to just survive here and get away.
They do get the ultimate out of him, and that is going to be some pressure relief across all 3 lanes, at least temporarily, while that remains on cooldown. And MT might look to try to capture this Mountain Dragon right here. I don't believe that anyone has any information on this, so it should be a really nice pickup, and this is one that they certainly do need. They have that dual teleport, and they're going to, again, need smoke and mirror type gameplay later on in order to bring down Samsung's defenses. Mountain Drake's certainly going to help enable that.
Yeah, you can see the only ward that was near that was not close enough to spot that out. And even though Kuzan showed himself on the ward, it was already too late. Crown was picking up blue with Haru. Looking for the root very close. As now it seems Ruler and CoreJJ really trying to fight back, but actually the CS lead has widened even more at about probably 17, 16 CS after he picks up the remnants of that last wave.
And the game is at a little bit of a standstill. Haru still doesn't have his ultimate available. There's no dragon. There's no real incentive for anything to happen. But Haru might have actually just found Ixu.
Oh boy. He's going to jump on it. There are the bolas going to root him up. He's trying to fight back onto Haru. Haru taking a lot of damage. The question is, can Cuvée finish this off? Haru's going back in and does get there in time. Does Crown to pick up the kill. Seems like Haru would have survived anyway. Here's Umti down in bot lane trying to pick up another kill. The flash in. Corey JJ just able to flash out, and once again, not able to pick up that kick or any kills with his gank.
Not quite sure he's having the best game mechanically. These are lots of fumbles that he keeps making. And, you know, I don't even know if I can really attribute it to nervousness because he's been playing for so long now, and I don't know what would be causing him to be nervous in this game in particular. But definitely uncharacteristic to see these type of mistakes at this level of play.
Fear of the kitty.
Yeah, they're going to lose First Blood turret. MT just going to pick up the red buff, but they haven't really been able to do anything.
Yeah. Haru is way, way far ahead of MT right now in the jungle, and you can see MT going back to where he had success earlier on, but Crown is not going to be fooled this time. Also had both summoners. Easily gets away from that one. Continuing to extend that lead.
Has the Hex Drinker, and we take a look at the gold difference between them. It's just under 1,000 gold between the mid laners, although the 80 carries 200 gold lead for Teddy. Top lane, though, 500 gold deficit.
Look at the jungle.
Yeah, 1,100, so lots of advantages across the board. And really, the champions that need to have the gold lead for Samsung have it. Ruler, as long as he just has his curtain call and one item, he can be behind Ezreal because his role inside of teamfights is not to dish out enormous amounts of damage. It's to provide long-range CC, be untargetable, and just basically be obnoxious, that he doesn't need to deal damage as long as Crown and Haru are doing it, and Cuvée just needs to be a, you know, a mobile tank.
Yeah. And already picking up the Spirit Massage. And the Merc Treads up in top. So, pretty tanky already when it comes to MR. Things going quite well. And this is Samsung versus Jin Air. You know, I mentioned it before, Jin Air, one of the most passive teams, if not the most passive in LCK. Samsung, one of these teams that always plays for the mid to late game. So, I would expect these games to go pretty long, unless, you know, one of these teams really throws it away early on in the game.
Well, in terms of item spikes, Kuzan did just complete his Abyssal Scepter. Certain Reddit threads very angry right now.
Yeah, I read that one too.
And Teddy waiting on his Trinity Force, and that's going to be when Jin Air is going to need to hit a timing.
Oh boy. Kuzan just used his W. There's a curtain call. It's kind of at a strange angle, but he at least lands one bullet. Haru's like, hey, what's up? They will eventually get this, right? Okay, forcing a flash out after about 3 or 4 missed skill shots. At least they get the kill.
I like how he roared, too, to get the kill. He was getting fed up, man.
MT's thinking about it with Cuvé's here. Don't do it, man. I know you've had a bad game, but stick back. You'll be okay. Forced equalizer to clear the wave so that they don't lose the turret.
Lots of things going wrong for Jin Air GreenWings. For a team comp that was supposed to get ahead early, get a lot of gold on that Rumble and the LeBlanc, and just let the Ezreal scale as normal, they've been unable to do that. And so when the mid-game teamfights do break out, potentially around the upcoming Mountain Drake, unless Jin Air GreenWings just has intent to concede it, it's going to be most likely a bloodshed. Not going to go so
great. A bloodbath?
Yeah, bloodbath.
I'm looking forward to it.
Are you?
Need some action in this game. We've had more than I expected, actually. Already 6 kills here in 16 minutes. I suppose part of that is the champions that were picked. Cuvée is trying to take a trade here against Ixu, but Kuzan and Umti are coming top. They might be in a bit of trouble, but actually no. With Crown coming up top, they back off because they're not confident to take that 3v2.
Now Now Crown should be able to pick up this turret with the help of Haru and extend the gold lead to just over 4,000 at 17 minutes. Mountain Drake is on the field now. Definitely looks like Samsung should be able to just wrap down and pick it up.
Looks like that's the plan. They are going to be seen, but I don't think there's much that Generic can do unless MD wants to go for the Miracle Steal. This has already started. 5 members. Oh boy, Kuzan's jumping in and gets rooted here by the Twisted Advance. Can he actually get away? The flash from Crown. He really wants that kill. The last missile, not enough. He's going to kick Cube away and go for Crown now. He will pick up that kill. May pay for it with his life as CoreJJ comes on over. One last auto attack will do it. By the way, Mountain Drake did go down to Samsung. Jumping on in now. Teddy gets rooted. Kind of an extended fight. Cube forced to go on in to survive, but he does go down. Here comes Kuzan with the teleport. Coming back into this fight now. Haru goes down. Samsung, maybe they bit off a little bit more than they could chew.
Definitely did. That was one of the most wonky team fights here in Toon World that we've seen.
No
in
Clown
LCK.
Drakes though. No
Clown Drakes quite yet. No Clown Wars either, but that was a very bizarre fight where it honestly might have just been Samsung getting a little bit frustrated because, again, Kuzan just barely escaping at the very end. But, I mean, we'll take another look at the fight. So Kuzan was actually teleporting in with a flank, and you can see that it never had the damage to really take this fight in the first place, and yet they were handshaking on it. And there was really just no reason to do this. They had captured the Mountain Drake. The lanes were unfavorable for them. They needed to reset, eat their own jungle, and just buy some items. But instead, they chose to coin flip needlessly, and they get punished for it. So Jin Air closed the gold gap to about 2,500 gold now.
Look at this too. You may see a big gank towards bot lane. CoreJJ does not have his flash, so maybe they're looking for that kill. They could even potentially pick up Ruler, who has his flash because he is very low. But actually, it looks like they will just recall. MT not going to stick around either. And actually, Ixu cancels his recall and then goes for it again.
Crown and Haru now trying to roam down. They are spotted on top of a ward, so not going to find too much success here. And again, Teddy still waiting on that Trinity Force. It seems like it's taking him a little bit longer than usual to get it. I mean, he must certainly have the gold for it. Yeah, he does. Okay. Just recalls, picks that up. Salva's refillable potion for a control ward, really valuing that vision control, but don't know exactly where he's going to place it. This is all just a waiting game right now for Samsung. And as you said earlier, we're probably in for a long game. This is Jin Air GreenWings, so fasten your seatbelt. We got another 30 minutes here, Brendan.
And not just them, Samsung too. They're not really the KTs of the world, or even the ROX Tigers that'll just jump on you if they get any sort of lead.
Brendan, if you give Jin Air GreenWings a 10k gold deficit, the game will go to 50 minutes. If you give them a 10k gold lead, the game will go to 50 minutes. Do you follow?
And they might still lose, which is kind of sad as well.
Definitely not the most proactive team. They almost seem like a lost child whenever the mid-game approaches. And they just sort of think that as long as they, you know, just... It's sort of like someone telling you that it gets better, and then they just keep telling them that. So they just keep turtling and not doing anything.
We just turtle forever, eventually we'll win the game, right?
They want the minions to do their job for them.
Well, they haven't really successfully done that all that often here in LCK so far. Crown's got his package. Let's see who he wants to deliver that to. He's chosen Kuzan on the LeBlanc a couple of times. Heading down towards bot. Oh, and here we go, Thrill of the Hunt at the same time. They're putting a lot of pressure down here, but no commitment. The lane wasn't pushed in. There wasn't enough minions to dive the turret. Not everybody was on the same page. Ixu was also making his way down. So all they really get is a bit of pressure relief up in top as Cuvée is going to continue pushing in the top lane.
Maokai trying to push in top lane up here, but Ixu gonna match him, and we're probably just gonna have this standstill keep occurring unless somehow Samsung can find a crack in Jin Air GreenWings armor. But beneath Jin Air GreenWings armor is more armor. Because that's all that really exists here. It's like a chastity belt in like the the Middle Ages. It's not quite, it's not gonna open.
It's like one of those dolls that you take off the outer layer and inside it's the same smaller version of the doll. And you just keep on taking off layers, but it never seems to end. But then on the inside there's like that tiny one where it actually doesn't open up. That's what Jin Air actually is. They're the tiny one. But all the other armors are just like, all the other layers are just their armor. It just looks like them, but it's not actually them. Haru eats a bit of damage but gets away. So there was a chance. There was a chance at some action.
Well, Dragon coming up here in 15 seconds. It is going to be an Infernal Drake, so both teams certainly would love to pick that up. See if a team fight breaks out over it. Everyone has teleport. And it's actually a little bit surprising that they're not making use of the dual teleport. Concede bottom tier 1 turret and maybe have Kuzan and Ixu do something even together so that it can put an end to Cuvée. But Samsung gonna pick up the Infernal Drake. Nice little victory for themselves. Things going down onto Baron. It is 24 minutes into the game. Probably should just wait for the next items to be completed. We can see that Jin almost probably has completed his Infinity Edge.
I feel like in the last couple of weeks of LCK, we've seen teams go for these crazy Baron calls where they're like, oh, we're ahead. Let's just do it. And they throw their lead. Sometimes they make their way back, but not always. And so as you said, Samsung, especially with their comp, maybe just wait a little bit. No need to force things here. Probably just wait for a pick. Especially with Teddy on the red side, can poke down a lot, has that true shot barrage. A lot of AoE damage that they can lay down with Rumble and Teddy. I guess I should say Rumble and Ezreal. Death Cap completed as second item here for Kuzan. So he's beginning to get a decent amount of AP on his side.
And I mean, it's all just a little bit of a waiting game, as Samsung are going to be the ones that need to pull the trigger on a Baron attempt. Jin Air GreenWings is not going to be able to force that, not with their team composition. And again, they have the double teleport, but they're not making use of it in any way, and so it ends up actually being a hinder when the team fight takes place.
Well, we are going to see Equalizer, and CoreJJ forced to flash over. Nice play there by Teddy to secure that kill, laying down half of Ruler's health and damage at the same time. Where are they going to go from here? They get a pick and a half, but now they're going bot to,
they're going
to clear the wave.
Yeah. Brendan, turn the page on the script.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
You're behind here.
That's true. Not ready for the Baron fight. That comes at 45 minutes, 20 seconds.
The Nexus is going to fall, Brendan, at 49 minutes and 16 seconds. Okay. So
I actually, I got here a little bit late. I didn't read the script, so I'm a little bit behind. Was hoping for a little bit of a surprise, you know, some excitement. Didn't want to spoil it for myself.
Watching Umti is Lee Sin early on with mechanical blunders was like hitting a pinata. Like you get the blindfold on Lee Sin. Couldn't actually hit anything.
Poor guy.
He has picked it up a little bit. recently. He's continuing on actually with damage as well. You can see the long swords that he's picked up. He has some control wards on him. And he's mostly doing this, I think, because they just want to make picks. They want to either delete Rengar, delete Corki, or delete Rulers, Jhin, and then try to use that to convert into something, rather than just have MT go pure tank, because they're not looking to take team fights.
We got a quick look there at the gold once again. You can see that Jhin is about 4,000 behind Samsung when it comes to gold, and both mid lane and jungle are about 2,000 ahead for Samsung. So that's where all the gold is right now, basically. Looks like maybe the Ezreal is a little bit ahead of the Jhin, but outside of that, very even. Cuvée is still sticking down here in bot, and it seems like finally they might want to make use of their double teleport. Kuzan was going up top, and then Ixu was heading bottom. But as I say that, Kuzan making his way mid, they're looking for that pick, whereas Samsung just trying to group up as one and push objectives.
And looks like Samsung trying to force Jhin to come to them. There's actually one way to work around a double teleport comp, is if you just force them to come to you, rather than let them just endlessly keep running around.
Oh, here we go. Jhin, they want to bring the fight to them this time. There's the equalizer. Very nice. They're going to delete Core JJ in this fight. Where's the turnaround, though? Cuvée still very, very tanky. They're able to take out Ixu very early on. And now 4v4, Samsung is going to be in the driver's seat for this one. Jhin GreenWings forced to back off.
Yep. And, oh, Ruler almost wasn't done yet. MT even being forced to flash. That's definitely going to hurt Jhin, as he's not going to have the flash kick available. Cuvée, though, might die.
Bit of a mistake. He gets caught out here. Nice catch by Jhin to jump on top of that. Haru now in an awkward spot, forced to flash the wall.
So in a bizarre turn of events, Jhin GreenWings end up getting a lot, actually, off the death of Ixu. Haru having lost his flash and Cuvée having gone down. We can take another quick look at this. Ixu teleports in with very unusual flank coming from a rumble. Cuvée in the front line able to lock him up, and even though they lost Core JJ, then they were able to force Jhin GreenWings to funnel into their red side jungle. Some pretty big poke came out, and then shortly later, Ruler forced the flash out of MT, but not much was accomplished for either side. However, another Infernal Drake about to probably be picked up by Samsung here.
He's on checking that. But as you said, not sure if Jhin will be able to contest this one. And double Infernal, while they're even on Mountain Drakes, definitely going to be a huge boon here for Samsung.
Haru just got 21 AD off of that Drake, so a little bit over 700 gold value. And when you think of what that could have just done for Jhin, or Crown on his Corki, I mean, that dragon was very big right now at a pretty crucial moment, as well as Baron is definitely in the sights for both teams. Jhin, though, having to defend against it.
Yeah, they're going to be bursting down these objectives very, very fast. Even though they do only have that one Mountain Drake, the double Infernal is going to make them very deadly. Looks like a rotation up towards top. Some assistance pings going down. Right now, Kuzan is the only one that is up here. Look at the poke already. Oh man, the huge deadly flourish at max range. Can he get the kill here? One last bullet. No, Kuzan will get away, but that does still open up a fight. Oh man, Ixu just checking the brush alone. Does Sonya's, but Haru looking for the jump in. Okay, they're just gonna let Cuvée do it. MT trying to kick his way to safety. He's actually gonna jump in. That's his only way out, it seems, just to do a bit of damage before he dies. So a couple of kills picked up here, and now we have a teleport from Kuzan.
The teleport is just to apply pressure to Samsung, and try to keep them honest, but also it's to potentially threaten the shove of the mid wave. However, Samsung says, you know what, we don't actually care about that. We're just going to go to Baron. You don't have a jungler.
Look at how fast they take that down. And as you mentioned, no jungler means a very easy Baron take.
They pick that up, and now with Baron buff, it's going to be very difficult for Jin Air GreenWings, especially lacking as many summoners as they are. Not going to have the Lee Sin plays available to them. Ixu is going to be very easy to lock him down. Take another quick look at this replay. There's the Deadly Flourish, and then the Curtain Call came out. Couldn't quite end up capturing Kuzan. They locked up Ixu immediately. He passed the Equalizer and Zhonya's. But then Cuvee actually backs up a little bit too much, so he wasn't in range, and he's forced to expend his flash. They still bring down Umti in the end regardless, and then it was followed up by Kuzan teleporting to try to dissuade Samsung from taking the Baron, but they weren't having any of it.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we see from Jin Air all the time. They play super passively, they look for some picks, but they never overcommit. They just sit here and farm. Somewhat misunderstanding their team composition at times too. Not really making use of the double teleport in this game so far. And then someone gets picked, and then they try to force a fight anyway when they're behind. And it leads to a couple of kills and a Baron. Now they might be able to catch Haru. No, not quite. And actually they're going to turn it around. Snowflower getting a little bit too forward there. Will bite the dust.
Wow, that damage just came out onto Ixu. Kuzan taking a barrage of missiles to the face constantly. Now Samsung looking like they might just run it up mid. Might just get the inhibitor though and play it safe. No reason to coin flip a fight. Also a giant minion wave up in top. It's not going to matter so much. Even if the top tier 1 turret goes down, it's not going to reduce the gold lead enough or give Jin Air enough resources to somehow recover in this game. They're down 10,000 gold.
Here comes that push. Thrill of the Hunt will be used to just zone. Looking for Teddy too. Not quite going to find him. Teddy actually looking to take that 1v1. Flashing forward. May just get it. Forces the flash out of Haru. Comes Kuzan. Actually, does not land that, but here's the Curtain Call. Cuvee on the right side is going to lock up Empty. That will be another kill. Curtain Call just zoning the rest of the members out here. Down comes the Equalizer. Some very low members of Samsung at this point. Shrinker is proc there for Crown, but at the end of it all, they get another kill, they take another inhibitor, and they will back away with everybody alive.
And Haru was up in top, and I'm a little bit surprised to see that he doesn't actually proxy that wave of passing golems. Not going to be the end of the world anyway. Elder Dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Jin Air GreenWings is going to be extremely hard-pressed to come up with a victory here, now down. Double inhibitor. And you look at the summoners that they have available, they will have the flash kick available for Umti, but Kuzan and Teddy not going to have the flash for the upcoming team fight. Guardian Angel now completed for Cuvee and Haru means that they're not really going to be targets that Jin Air can hope to bring down. There's almost no way they should be able to get onto Ruler, and that leaves the only option being Crown, but...
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
He just picked up his Infinity Edge too, so if you want to have a fight with Crown, you better come packing. Because he just picked up another huge item and the red buff with the package. Going in onto Ixu. Ixu may not even have his Zhonya's available at this time. Forced to flash away. Down goes the third inhibitor turret. Samsung looking to put an end to this one. Before 40 minutes, actually. Not what I was expecting. Curtain Call coming out. Down will go the third inhibitor. Gets that crit onto Snowflower. Does Ruler, and here comes the final push.
And looks like they're just waiting for the minion waves. They wanted to play it ultra safe. They would actually back up and get Elder Drake, but they might have had enough.
Yeah, they want to go home before 9 p.m. tonight, so they decided they're going to try to end it now. And X2 will go down. Nice redemption on the 4 members of Jin Air, but it won't matter. Oh, Umti is going on in. Just flashes away. He's like, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh, man. Snowflower Jin just going down. And that is going to be game number 1 going over to Samsung. Samsung able to pad their KD8 a little bit at the end of that game and takes it in about 37 minutes. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty quick win when you consider that it is against GreenWings. Especially considering that, well, GreenWings, they did have an extremely early game-based composition. They held on as long as they could, but eventually they were forced to succumb to the Baron pushes and just the superior team composition the longer the game kept going. So you're gonna have to change things up in game number 2. Someone should probably show them the patch notes that LeBlanc is not that great right now. But might be just nervous, but I can't understand why he would be nervous in this particular series.
I mean,
a lot of mechanical blunders, but also his pathing and his roots weren't really lining up with the lane matchup properly.
Yeah. Well, either way, guys, we are going to head to the desk right away, so we'll join you in 2 minutes with the analyst desk. Welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. I'm joined by Binu to help out with the translation. And as we were talking about during the break, this is kind of one of those games where not too much happens, but it seems like either Crown or Haru is going to get the MVP.
That's right. Samsung definitely going off script for this one, finishing the game within 40 minutes, I believe. That's right, 37 minutes. That's all it took for them to take a 72.8K gold lead and finish up the game.
That's a really big gold lead, Binu.
And right off the top, I really have to question the LeBlanc pick because I think of all the mid laners in the LCK, Crown at this point is the one that's most used to playing against LeBlanc. Played it against Long Zeus Fly, played it against KT's Pawn, and now again against Kuzan. But look at that damage. I know you mentioned the MVP just now, and looks like Crown will be taking it again.
Yeah, probably, and that will secure his spot up at first even further. Should go up to about 1,100 points. Well, not about. He'll be at 1,100 if he wins.
As well, if I remember correctly, is Faker at 900, so that's a comfortable 200 MVP points. Of course, Crown, I would imagine he's probably going to say something like, you know, the team comes first and the MVP, I'm not after the personal accolades, but definitely a good feeling there. And looks like they're going to take a quick look at a highlight of that first kill by Haru. Not first blood, mind you, but this was immediately after getting a kill on Crown, and I think that was really impressive because Haru knew what he was doing. He knew what he wanted. He went straight to that Raptor camp because basically there's only one place for to go, and he picks up another easy kill.
Well, with all the Haru replays, we might be seeing Haru take the MVP.
Definitely. Kind of a shame because did pretty well to get that first gank, but Haru is still living up to his name as the first blood specialist here. Always present getting these early kills, and to be fair, Ixu also making a couple of good flanks on that Rumble, but like you said, I think it was a very straightforward Samsung win, all things considered. Ruler coming up huge on that
sharpshooter
as well.
Ruler.
Which is funny because if you think of Jin, you think of Teddy, right? That's the crowd favorite champion. So I recall Teddy playing this Ezreal against Deft in the KT match as well, but I wonder why he opts to pick it in place of the Jin in some cases, because what does Jinner have to lose, right? Might as well play what you're good at. Now, right off the bat, our analysts talking about that mid lane matchup again. Jinner did ban out the Orianna, but they ended up facing Crown's Corki with the LeBlanc pick that I don't think anyone wanted to see. And Captain Jack saying he was a little bit disappointed with Jinner's picks and bans because it felt like they were giving up too much, especially regarding picks like Koi JJ Zyra, you know, Ruler getting that Jin as well. Meanwhile, Kanata says he feels like Jinner would add a little bit more oomph to this series by going for a stronger bottom lane.
Well, we're going to take a look at the MVP here. If you guys are paying attention to the replays, might be able to tell that it was Haru.
Wow. And I really expected Crown, but Haru also up there, now tying Faker for 900 and 900 of his own, while Crown still up there as he is in first place with 1,000 MVP points. 4-1-4 Rengar, nothing to be, you know, nothing to look down upon, I suppose. And Kanata says he was very impressed with Haru's Rengar play, especially over the pressure he exerted over the opponent red buff area. So now we're talking about what should Jinner be banning in the second set. And right off the top, the LeBlanc nerfs coming in play for tonight's game on patch 7.5. He says LeBlanc might not be, you know, that much of a factor, but he would like to see, you know, Jinner banning some of Crown's champion pool and then getting something nice, getting something that Kuzan prefers.
So that is going to do it for the desk. Guys, we'll join you in about 2 minutes for Game 2. Welcome back to LCK Spring 2017, everybody. We're in the midst of Samsung versus Jinair. And that guy right there did get the MVP for Game 1 on his Rengar, totally out-jungling UMT on the other side.
Yeah, he, for the most part, eviscerated UMT in the jungle, with the only exception being the gank that UMT was able to pull off on Crown early on and get that first blood from Kuzan, but I don't think it's a scenario that would occur the majority of the time. So coming into game number 2 here, we'll have to see what UMT can do, as Lee Sin pick not really working out that well, and it's also not a pick that I would necessarily attribute to a Jinair GreenWings type playstyle. But with Graves potentially being the new red side ban, we'll see what ends up happening and what the jungler meta is going to evolve into now in 7.5.
You can see also that Samsung being on blue side, Jinair actually banned Rise on red side, away from Crown. So maybe we'll see Crown have that opened up unless Jinair wants to ban it on blue side as well. Let's jump into the pick and ban here. Once again, we are on 7.5.
Jinair will probably try to target away Crown heavily in this game, but I mean, it's almost futile. His champion pool is too big, and the only thing that you can really do is try to target champion picks that would fit into certain team compositions. Like if they have a lot of engage, they have Rengar and Maokai, yeah, you can target Orianna. But the problem is that much like Faker, it's almost pointless. You're not really gonna get an edge up in the lane over him. And due to Haru being so prevalent in the jungle, can't really hope to gain too much of an edge or an advantage there, but
maybe trying to ban out Haru or something like that. We haven't seen him on much outside of Graves, Rengar, I think maybe a little bit of Kha'Zix as well.
Well, so far the pick bans are definitely strange for LCK. Blue side Camille ban, Zyra being banned away as well by Jinair GreenWings, and on the flip side, Vladimir and Nautilus.
Ooh. I'm gonna leave Graves up and ban Talia. So
now, it does mean that, yeah, Jinair GreenWings is going to pick. UMT just looks completely destroyed. He is so depressed.
It's a sad Lee Sin.
Someone just told him that they've seen better Lee Sins in NA. And he's like, I can't even argue with that. I just have to stare blankly at the screen and acknowledge it.
Just gotta accept the beating. We're not gonna get to see what Haru is playing against this Graves just yet, as we have Ezreal and Karma being picked by Samsung. They're saying, okay, we can play it better than you can. This time Ashe being picked up potentially for the Jinair GreenWings. No Jhin. Will we see that locked in? Oh, okay. Jinair gonna be playing Lucian in their game 2. I like it.
Lucian's coming out, and we'll see what the build of choice is actually gonna be. There's been a few going on in solo queue. And obviously the Blade of the Ruin King change does help him. We'll see if it's gonna be the Black Cleaver Blade of the Ruin King, or if there's going to be the Triforce variation, which is a very old variant for Lucian, and he will be accompanied with Lulu. So with that Light Slinger and Lulu, they can definitely look to try to put a lot of pressure on down and bottom, and Jinair GreenWings again. I mean, right off the get-go, very aggressive team composition, potentially, and Samsung Galaxy, yet again, choosing a more defensive route with their pick ban. And it certainly is going to be a little bit more versatile. Now going into the second ban phase, Samsung actually the ones to ban away the Shen despite having the Rengar. It's not a must-do, just simply because you have Rengar that you should try to look to get Shen, but you would think that Shen would be very good against everything that Jinair GreenWings has right now. Multiple champions with auto-attack reliance, even the Lulu as well.
And Lissandra, they're like, I know you want to go with one new pick today, but we're not going to let Kuzan have his Lissandra either, so I'm going to take that away.
And we'll We'll see what the final ban is here for generic GreenWings. They might ban like Maokai here because Nautilus and Shen are taken off the table. It could signify that Samsung just wants to get that Maokai again for Cuvée. And it does seem like that is going to be the case. And there's that Orianna that I was talking about earlier. This is why it's a little bit pointless to try to even target Crown. You're never going to come up with a victory.
Yeah. They're just, I suppose, most scared of his Rise. And so they're like, okay, no Rise, but everything else, it's okay. We'll deal with it.
I mean, the other thing here is this is a spot where he could even Victor.
Yeah. Very curious to see what they're going to be running in top lane, saving that matchup so they can counterpick. Samsung does. No Jace. Gonna be Gragas.
See if we get any more creative picks out of Jin Air. Maybe they're just getting desperate at this point and they're going to go with stuff that no one's expecting, and that would certainly be one of the champions no one's expecting.
Kuzan kind of laughing. He's like, ah, well, nah, not Azir. Victor, though.
Highlighting Victor. Will he lock it in? He will. He's gonna try to beat Crown with his own champion.
See how well that goes. Crown must know the ins and out of every single tiny piece of Victor at this point. So, as you mentioned, I think that's a really good point. Like, do you really want to play Victor against Crown?
Well,
I don't think so.
There's very few players in the world that, when you think of them, you associate it with a champion. But he is certainly one of them on Victor.
Poppy makes a return with both Maokai, well, with all of these top lane champions, Shen, Nautilus, Maokai. You're looking for a tanky top. I guess Poppy is one of the only ones left. I guess Gragas was still left over, but deciding on the Poppy instead.
We'll see what it does for Samsung Galaxy. They have a very mid and late game oriented team composition. Generic GreenWings with a lot of aggression in multiple lanes, and MT going to be able to find a lot of pressure in his own red side jungle on the blue side Graves down in bottom. And as long as he can keep a leash on that Rengar, he can probably create a lot of advantages or pressure relief for his team, and they can try to do something with that. But Jin Air, it's going to be a battle of, yet again, early and mid scaling versus mid and late.
Yeah.
Samsung with the mid-late, as per usual. So one last look at the team compositions. Gragas, Graves, Victor, Lucian, and Lulu.
Yep, I did misspeak, by the way. Gragas was picked already, so they did not have an option between Poppy and Gragas. They go for the Poppy. It's one of the only tank tops left over. Taking a look at Samsung's lineup, Poppy, Rengar, Orianna, Ezreal, and Karma. To round out that one, we'll take one last look at the skins and the compositions. And we're going to go right into game number 2, guys. So hold on to your seats. Here comes another action-packed Samsung versus Jin Air game right now. So, as we mentioned on Sunday, the Kongdu Monster is actually a fan of Samsung as well.
Yeah, he's here. He actually switched sides. He started off sitting in the Jin Air GreenWings booth, but then he saw MT's Lee Sin, so he quickly moved over to the other side of the studio to sit with the rest of the Samsung fans. Definitely wanted to join their Galaxy. Did not want to board the Jin Air flight.
Haru forced to flash the wall. That's kind of annoying.
It does happen super early on, though, but yeah, it is definitely going to impact any sort of aggressive plays that he would like to make early on, but he will have that up again regardless by the time he has his ultimate.
Cuvée warding the brush, spots Ixu. Looks like they were thinking about making a move towards the Raptors, but will not be the case. Kuzan actually eating a small chunk of damage here from Karma. Will be forced to go into lane, down a little bit of health. MT just over here doing his own Raptors, whereas Haru got some help from Cuvée up on top.
And UMT might actually just go immediately into blue. Doesn't necessarily hurt Rengar as much as some other junglers like Elise or Kha'Zix. And he does not do that. He actually just transitions into the red. And again, when you're looking at these lane matchups, UMT primarily would want to hang around mid, make sure that Kuzan is escorted into that Hex Core at a reasonable timing, and then you have a lot of potential aggression down in bottom lane. This is not lane matchups where Graves has the luxury of just going for a full clear and, you know, telling the enemy jungler that the onus is on him to do something. Haru might actually be able to steal this blue away here.
It's going to be close. He doesn't have a smite. Whereas UMT does. It's close, though.
He's going to get this. Yeah. Haru falls really far behind.
Very unfortunate. He goes right for the Scuttle Crab that's right here. And UMT's right here as well. So Haru may just be making a mistake. Actually, UMT's showing himself a little bit early there. Forces Haru, or actually does get the red buff onto him, is going to dash forward. Can Haru get away? He doesn't have his flash, and so he will go down. First blood to UMT.
UMT having a much better game number 2 so far here. He flashed, he knew that he could get the reset on his E with the auto attacks and managed to bring down Haru, and now he's actually going to continue on and steal his Krugs, and this is one of the most valuable camps for Graves, Raptor camp and Krugs. Obviously, Graves would always love to just eat them up.
You can see the level difference already. Level 4 for UMT, level 2 for Haru. He will hit level 3 soon, but still, it kind of highlights the fact that Haru is extremely far behind right now in the jungle.
And that was just Haru misreading basically what route UMT would take, and I feel like it's almost illogical to assume that Graves would go for a 4-camp clear before his blue buff relative to the lane dynamics, as he definitely has a lot of potential for early aggression around levels 3, 4, and 5. So a little bit of a misread was made by Haru, and it was quickly punished, and Jin Air find themselves a nice little advantage so far. We're almost approaching 5 minutes. And UMT even goes for the green smite early. He's looking to put a stranglehold onto Haru, and this is that leash that we talked about. As long as he can keep this kitty cat collared, he'll provide a lot of assistance for his teammates.
Oh man, UMT not even going all that aggressive there with the level lead. Allows Haru to pick up 3 of the Raptors, including the big one. Kube forced to back first and use his teleport.
Not so much aggression. Snowflower, though, taking quite a bit right there. Now into his roots yet again. Seem very bizarre. Core JJ is here.
Oh boy, Core JJ getting there first. Very big. There's an exhaust though onto Core JJ. Forced to flash. UMT is looking for it. Crowd trying to block here. Haru is going to be able to pick up the kill. Jumps onto Snowflower too. Jumps again, and the flash forward, and the auto from Crown. Ruler and Crown with Haru, able to come up with a gigantic kill there. Just barely enough to take him out.
The damage foresight coming out of Samsung was just fantastic right there. Super outplaying Jin Air GreenWings. And that's going to set them really far back, as now UMT's going to transition into parts of the map that he's not going to be able to find any success because his laners need to recall. We'll see this one more time, the replay. You can see that Jin Air trying to move down and collapse on Haru. They even had Snowflower come up. The exhaust went down earlier, but then the exhaust was down onto UMT. Kuzan missed the laser, and then Haru hanging on by a thread, able to do maximum value. And then Ruler and Crown, the synergy right there. Go flash and flash to bring down Snowflower for yet another kill. Put Samsung in the lead right now.
Yeah. Looked super pretty and definitely not easy to do. To, you know, just get barely in range to land the Mystic shot, to land the auto attack, and to have the damage foresight, as you said, to know that that would be enough to get through Lulu's shield. Now MT's trying again to invade the jungle, but not having as much success this time. And even with an early lead that Jin Air got for themselves, they are now behind here at 7 minutes.
And they're gonna try to stabilize, but really they're just on top of boards right now. It's basically gonna mean that Samsung Galaxy essentially has map hack over UMT. They're gonna know exactly where he can and can't go. Haru does have level 6. They're gonna have to respect that. UMT actually electing to take his golems instead of run over and give Kuzan the blue. That's actually gonna put a lot of pressure on Kuzan, although it looks like Kuzan wants to recall instead. So Crown's gonna continue to further extend his experience and gold lead here in mid lane.
Kuzan actually deciding against it there at the last second. Oh boy. Crown forgetting that Graves can can dash rather. Blows his shockwave, doesn't hit anything but air.
This is what we need for him to
Oh
here.
yes.
Well, it's not lollipopping. Just let it happen. Don't even commentate this, by the way. No play-by-play. Just let it happen.
Oh yeah. We got a real close look at the body of Gragas flying on up to us.
He likes it when you hit him with that hammer.
Haru here, I mean, there's no vision at all onto this Drake, and it is a clown Drake, so kind of funny, but, you know, not really all that useful.
We'll help out a little bit, though. We are at 9 minutes, so the game is still relatively early, and when you have that Rengar who still has his On the Hunt available, the movement speed will help moving between the map, especially against a jungler that's as compromised as MT's Graves right now, because of how the early game unfolded in the last few minutes.
Taking a closer look at how the Lucian is doing bottom. And it's, so far it's okay. I mean, he's only 2 CS behind the Ezreal Karma lane. And, you know, sustaining a lot of poke, surviving for now. Looks like he's heading towards a pretty fast Blade of the Rune King, picking up one of the components first, at least.
Kuzan trying to zone Crown, actually, from getting back into the lane. Doing whatever he can to establish some sort of control, but Haru being a little bit sneaky here. Cube as well. I think I've seen, well, actually.
Yeah, forces that throw of the hunt. Down comes the control ward. Oh, he misses both! Forcing a flash out of Kuzan to lay down the storm and get the kill, but expending a little bit more than they wanted to.
Yeah, and even though they get the kill, you have to wonder what sort of mental effect is that actually having as the game does go on. Yes, they get it, they get the monetary gain, but that can affect confidence, and so in later stages of the game, you know, you have to wonder how it's going to impact him, but Kuzan picking up that kill, he's certainly going to love it on that Victor. He went for the Hex Core Tier 2.
Yeah, definitely
closing the gap.
Definitely a nice pickup. Oh, and as you mentioned, you know, no summoners on Kuzan, taking a ton of damage. Corjay, he wants it. He's gonna flash forward, blocked by UMT. Rather, almost said Uzi. Wrong region. And he does survive, even without both of his summoners.
Top lane, not the most exciting lane, but Ixu has managed to get himself quite a lead in terms of CS. Gragas is actually one of his biggest comfort picks in the game. So you can bet that he's feeling extremely comfortable up there. And the gold gap is almost non-existent right now. It's only about a 350 gold lead right now for Samsung. interesting. Crown actually picks up a needlessly large rod. And so I'm wondering if he's thinking about just going immediately into Luden's Echo and holding the Lost Chapter. So he's not going to have the cooldown reduction, but he will pack a much bigger punch.
Just let it happen, right?
Just let it happen.
Kuve's out of mana, forces the flash. Ixu will pick up the kill. Kuve losing in that solo fight. Nice job there by Ixu. We were talking about comfort picks. Teddy just barely gets out of that one. Wild Growth even used, but he did have his dash available.
That was a really big pickup for them, though, in top lane. As you can see that Haru's not in a position to do anything, and they're getting a lot of extra turret damage that they otherwise would not have secured on the turret. And they're even bringing up Umti. They want to get this turret down. He just comes up here, but Haru ends up showing up, so he doesn't quite get as much damage as he would have liked before being forced back into his jungle. Ruler and CoreJJ putting out so much damage.
Ooh. He almost hit that last Mystic shot, too. That was real close. Will, after all, force them to do Krugs, I guess. I was thinking maybe forcing them to go back, but pick up some. Kuzan coming on over. Can he actually help out? Seems like he's just relieving some pressure as MT makes his way towards mid.
Now it looks like Ruler and CoreJJ continuing to stay in bottom and try to apply as much pressure as possible. They rotate down Kuzan so not to lose the first blood turret of the game. And they had MT actually go into mid lane, but Samsung might be looking for some sort of a play. Haru took the red buff, but Crown was rotating down. Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. It's just an Ocean Drake, though.
There's a song out there about Ocean Man. Someone's got to make one about Ocean Drake. You ever hear Ocean Man?
No. What? No.
There's a song called Ocean Man. Check it out. It's pretty good. In the meantime, Snowflower almost loses his life. Very, very close. Crown just forcing him back. Pretty low on the mana, but his blue is up and available. Uh-oh, Teddy might get caught out here on the Lucian. There comes the culling. He's actually turning this around. With Ruler there, he could not commit any further. Also, the red buff on Haru may have been a little bit too dangerous for him, but at least he does survive.
I just want to point out right now how indecisive Snowflower is being. He has started and stopped his recall about 3 times. He started it in mid lane, moved a little bit further, started it, stopped again, maybe entertaining the true shot barrage from Ruler, and then he kept going down, and the indecisiveness ends up wasting a ton of time. Samsung pick up the first blood turret of the game. They might lose top tier 1 here. They're going to pick themselves up the Ocean Drake. We'll see what spawns next. But right now, yet again, just like in game number 1, their team composition has not done what it needed to. And so now as we transition from early into mid-game, they're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage.
They're committing to that one, but not able to take it out just yet. Next Drake is another Ocean Drake. So we were having some good RNG in the first game. There was 2 Mountain Drakes and 2 Infernal Drakes, but now it's a Cloud Drake, 2 Ocean Drakes. Samsung only gets good luck when they're on the blue side.
And Crown with that blue buff, Haru here as well, and CoreJJ gonna try to get as much damage done on that turret, but Kuzan able to repel it quite quickly. And now, without any Mountain Drakes or Infernal Drakes, it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Samsung to take the Baron when that eventually does approach. And so it's going to be a waiting game. They're going to have to turtle on that Victor. Kuzan was also one of the Victor enthusiasts for a very long time, going back into last season, and even solo queue as well. So he's very accustomed to knowing how to turtle and stall out games. And that's going to be what they're going to need to do if they want to recover here. So they're going to need to wait for Graves, Lucian, and Victor to get to the point where they can just delete someone from the game.
It's funny you mentioned Kuzan on the Victor, because you would think that a champion like Victor would be perfect for Jin GreenWings. He's like the perfect game delayer, super passive, wave clearer. Can do some burst damage, but a lot of his strengths lie in, you know, letting the game go late and letting him get a lot of items. We took a look at the gold difference. Oh, hold that thought. Crown actually going for the, you know, the damage on the Kuzan to force him out of lane, but MT wants to punish here. Can he get it? The concussive, rather the collateral damage just come out. MT though will survive. Wild growth will be enough. No, it won't. Core JJ coming on up. They do lock him down. Crown able to turn that around with the help of his teammates.
Crown's mechanical outplay right there, absolutely fantastic. Holding everything until exactly when he needed it. Samsung gonna pick themselves up a turret off of that in addition to the kill. Have to be feeling really good right now if you're Samsung. Ixu tried to steal away the red, he's not gonna find it.
Yeah, it was very beautiful out of Crown. I mean, this guy is 2-0-1 right now, winning his lane so far. He wants that MVP. He wants to stay ahead of Faker. Can he actually pull it off is the question.
So here we go, we'll take a look at this one more time. Umti comes in, Chaos Storm can't quite keep up. The auto attack's coming out of Umti, and then you watch, and he actually flashes the animation of Graves' wind-up for his ultimate. Had that hit, Crown certainly would have gone down. They would have been able to protect their mid-tier 1 turret. And MT would have lived as well.
Teddy going 1v1 here against Ruler. Oh, looks like Snowflower was around too. But chunking Ruler down just a bit. And now they have vision on Kuzan here. He's standing on top of a ward. Crown is just waiting for him to make his way into mid, but he will take the safe approach. Baron comes up now in 5 seconds. Samsung slowly getting a lead in this one. Not as big of a lead as they had in game number 1.
And now it's a little bit interesting that Jin should probably neglect QV up in top lane, let top tier 1 turret be slain. Or, well, can't really slay a turret, but if you could.
Depends on what you're into, you know?
Yeah. Let top tier 1 actually die, just focus control, eat your jungle, wait for the upcoming dragon, and go for a team fight. Constantly sending resources to defend against the top tier 1 turret. You're not going to lose the game over that amount of gold being captured, but you could gain a better defensive position if you're Jin Air right now. And currently, you can't afford to be pick and pulled all across the map, especially not against a Rengar.
You were talking about the items of Crown. He finished the Morella Namicon and then finished his Luden's Echo. So kind of just a wonky way to get there. But he is now at 2 main items with his finished tier 2 boots. Will be hitting quite hard, clearing waves like a boss.
Like both teams are just sort of grouping up right now. Jin GreenWings wants to defend against the second Ocean Drake. That can certainly play a part in Baron dances and stalls later on into the game. Something that you should not give away for free. Ixu able to force the flash of Core JJ.
Ixu good patience there, not blowing his either, if he wanted to go for an engage. Still has his flash available now for the next engage. If anyone gets pretty close, Gragas has got a really nice engage to lock up one or more members. See Cuvée up in the front. Oh boy, look at the damage onto Snowflower, forcing out the Wild Growth. Crown though, it looks like he got a little bit too far forward, and he does go down. Now Cuvée should survive here. Let's see if they do want to go deep for him. No. Actually, Haru ends up picking up the Ocean Drake while all this is going on.
Cuvée. And Ruler now being forced to Arcane Shift away. Jenner can certainly zone them off of this turret. They have another minion wave coming up mid. They should be able to get a decent chunk onto this. JAG should not be let in. Yeah, they're going to raise mid-tier 2 for sure.
Yeah, they get out of there.
They turn the game around for now. They'll be able to back up, reestablish vision control over the left-hand side, eat up their own jungle. Let Kuzan actually complete that Lich Bane. Right now, Samsung Galaxy, now without any major objective on the map, they're just going to be forced to stalemate mid lane, focus on the left-hand side of the map, try to get that top tier 1 turret down and out of the way for now. And take another quick look at the replay. It's an unnecessary fight by Samsung, and GreenWings quick to punish. Cuvée even chooses not to live, opts to actually go back in. Not entirely sure who made that call. It's never going to turn out great.
Chooses not to live. Yeah. Kind of a funny way to put it, but definitely true in that situation. It was just a really good response by Ixu. He identified that Crown stepped one too many steps forward and punished him for it. That's really what opened up that entire fight, and 2 mid turrets and the lead for Jenner in this game. They had a small one. Looking for another pick on the Crown. There's the True Shot barrage and a teleport from behind. Samsung looking to take this fight. Let's see who Cuvée can knock out. That's 3 members going out of the fight. Looking for the play on Ixu. Will get bullet up.
Without Ixu, Samsung might be looking to just actually push 2 turrets up in top here. They already have the Scuttle Crab down. They don't need to go for Baron, but they might. They have a lot of options available to them right now. We'll see which ones they take.
Looks like they're trying to get some deep vision here on the blue side jungle of Jenner first before they would even attempt to do anything. Leaving Crown up in top to push the tier 1 with some help from Haru.
They opt to play or take the safer route. The most safe route. They clean up mid, make sure that it's still pushing in so that it's a dark wave that GreenWings can't make any use of. They take all the vision out of GreenWings' blue side jungle, so it's not going to be as easy to turtle leading up to the Baron. It's going to require a lot of investment into it. And they pick themselves up a turret as well before resetting. Let's take another quick look again at the replay. So On the Hunt comes down. Cuvée with the teleport in from behind, able to knock 3 members away, forcing the Teddy to try to retreat here. Ixu just kept getting locked up. He ended up going down.
See, the top laners have moved down into bot now. That's going to be the fun lane to watch. The rest of the team for both sides is just going to clear out vision. Samsung with the jump on that. Actually, some pings onto Baron right now. Maybe there was a ward there that Haru wanted to clear up. Looking for the damage onto Teddy, just forcing him back. Wheeler trying to get a little bit feisty here against Kuzan. He does have to use his flash to get away from the Chaos Storm. Kuzan needing a bit more damage than him, but keeps his own flash, burns the Ghost.
They did get both summoners off of Ruler, and that's going to be really big. And Haru took a ton of damage right there. Black Cleaver and Blade of the Ruined King dishing out a ton of damage right now. Interesting to see that Teddy's not actually opting into following this up with lethality. Picks up the Zeal. If you go lethality, your ultimate can become like a mini misfortune ult.
Yeah. A bit mobile, a bit more mobile, I should say.
Now the game is again stalemating. Next dragon of the game, Cloud Drake. Samsung probably just want to pick it up as fast as possible. Well, actually, no. They're going to want to wait a little bit and then pick it up so that Elder spawns as the next Drake. They don't want to destroy it too quick.
Unless they want to try to roll for an Infernal or Mountain Drake.
Yeah.
But it seems like some pings were going down over there. Haru is hanging around. We'll see if they do actually commit. Still 20 seconds left. He's actually pushing in that bot wave pretty close to the turret. Not going to force it in. He's actually making his way towards mid. MT will get out of there. Everything intact. Some pings onto the dragon. Seems like they're waiting a bit though.
Oh, they're actually gonna kill it immediately. See if they actually stop the damage or pause it. Doesn't seem like they're going to. Yeah, and they're gonna kill this before Elder would be the guaranteed spawn. Can't tell if that defense thing was
Mountain Drake.
from which team, but next dragon will be Mountain, and that's actually gigantic. They just rolled the best possible dragon. When you're facing a Victor who is so good at wave clear and stalling games, the Mountain Drakes don't just help you kill the Elder Drake and the Baron, it also helps crack Victor's defense of his inhibitor turrets. Really crucial Drake when facing off against him. So that's literally the best Drake that they could have hoped for, and they get it.
Sometimes lucky. Oh, they're looking for some damage onto these members. They know where a bunch of them are as they were clearing out some wards. MT has to recall. Still no move towards that Baron. They're not comfortable enough to go for that yet. Maybe just looking for a pick first, playing it very slow, very safe.
Teddy gonna pick up the red buff really quickly. And generic GreenWings, they're on a little bit of a clock. They don't want Samsung to be able to pick up the Mountain Drake and then immediately convert the capture into a Baron capture, as that would be a doomsday scenario for them. So they're gonna want to set up some sort of a pick as soon as they can, but the only real targets that they can pick up right now are gonna be Ruler, Core JJ, or Crown. Haru's going to be a little bit more slippery, and he does have some tankiness to him.
Cuvée is spotted on the left side, so no engage from there. See, Samsung controls the Baron area, but Jin Air was thinking about pushing a little bit into mid. Bit of poke coming out of Ruler. Cuvée just the bouncer in the front, the bodyguard. Drop barrage. Still no engage though from either team.
Lots of posturing over and over and over, but now, I mean, we just saw a glimpse of the Fog of War. Generic GreenWings, it is completely dark inside of that Baron. They just have that one ward, which is not a good flank ward for Ixu. If Samsung would try to go for the Baron in zone. Ruler taking a lot of damage needlessly, and I don't know why Samsung are looking for a fight. It's like the closest percentage chance for Jinner to win.
Oh, Oh, huge cast there. Cuvee gets polymorphed as well. He will survive, though. Lots blown here for Jin Air. But now Jin Air has a better route into mid lane, forcing some recalls out of Samsung. Crown on the run here with Core JJ. They've actually deflected their attention, trying to catch Core JJ, who's quite low. The teleport, though, coming out of Cuvee from behind. Let's see who can pin. He gets Kuzan and instantly blown up. What a nice pick there from Cuvee, able to knock up Ixu. Let's see if they can get any more. The ball being thrown to Cuvee. Haru jumping back in, looking for another pick. They do take out Umti, and a really nice shockwave. 2 more kills on the back end. Looking for the ace. That's going to do it. Haru taking down another kill. And there it is, heading immediately towards top lane.
They're going to convert this into potentially an inhibitor with those death timers and that size minion wave, all 5 members remaining. Regardless, they should also be able to get Baron here. Actually, they're just going to head right for it immediately. They're not valuing capturing the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor and then backing up and having a fight over Baron. They want to get the Baron off the field, because that would be Jin Air GreenWings' ticket back into the game. Take a quick replay of this. You can also watch live in the bottom left. So Cuvee came in with the flank teleport. Kuzan not quick enough on the flash. Ends up getting pinned against the wall. And from there, it was just the Haru show, jumping around inside of the jungle, throwing those bolas, slowing everyone down. Eventually got the root onto Umti, knocked him against the wall, and then Crown could follow that up with a huge shockwave. And now as we're about to head back into live, Samsung Galaxy with an inhibitor exposed up in top lane. 2 lanes pushing in their favor, and they have the Baron buff. Looking like they're potentially gonna end the game in the next few minutes.
Yeah, they finally find the fight they were looking for. They get that 1 pick onto Kuzan, and as you said, just not fast enough on the summoners. You're gonna lose your life in LCK if you're just not fast enough. There will be faster players than you. It seemed like they weren't aware of the teleport either. Very nice play out of Samsung as a team. Cuvee able to execute. And just a nice team fight from there, from Samsung. And now they're reaping the benefits. Looks like able to get bolas onto Ixu. Wild Growth coming out. That is one big drunken Gragas. Meanwhile, Crown is like, he's never with his team. He's always pushing.
Interestingly enough, Crown is able to do this primarily because there is no one answer that you can send to him that he can't get away from. I mean, I suppose the only person could be Teddy, assuming that he can dodge the shockwave. Then he could potentially kill Crown, but other than that, Crown would be able to escape from everyone else relatively easily, and so he's able to split push, and that means that Cuvee can stay with the team and deny a pickoff attempt from a flash engage.
Samsung saying, I dare you to teleport on that ward. Not gonna happen. Bit of a rotation up to mid. Are able to tag these minions with the Baron buff. You can see not getting too much damage done to the turret just yet. They have to get Ruler close enough to begin picking that down with the help of Crown. Now they begin to do that damage. Nice Casca, they actually get Ruler. There's the polymorph. He will go down. Actually, Teddy able to pick up that kill. Now fighting a 3v2, but they are able to stop the push and pick off that very important Ezreal.
They keep themselves in the game for now. Samsung's just gonna pick up the Mountain Drake. Although it looks like Jin Air GreenWings, they might want to try to steal it. Umti might be going in. Oh wow, they're actually gonna get the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, just straight up, forcing Samsung back.
So they pick up a Mountain Drake, a little bit of a victory right there for them. And now they've reached the stage where their deletion potential on certain members of Samsung is definitely a very real threat. So even though they're down a lot in terms of gold, and in terms of the stalemates in front of turrets because of that double Ocean Drake, they still do have some outs available to them. even though Samsung are clearly still in the driver's seat.
Today on this Lucian hasn't seen too much action. There's only been 15 kills so far in about 37 minutes. And he's only seen 2 of them. Well, I suppose he died for one of them on the side of Samsung. But he was able to pick up that kill on Ruler. But really just well done by Ixu to set up that kill. He hasn't really had any big flashy plays, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Still cool to see Lucian here in LCK.
Circling Galaxy, yeah. A little bit uncharacteristic there. Funneling in on this inhibitor, but you can see that bottom lane and mid lane not in the best of spots. Mid though, not super bad, but there to match the wave. So this is definitely on the more coin flippy spectrum.
Ruler is going in for that inhibitor. You can see all that damage that's done to it. That was all done by Hen. Shockwave completely misses. Redemption will heal everybody up on the side of Jin Air. This will force Samsung to a bit of an awkward position. Haru and Empty going at it 1v1 in mid. Haru will be pushed back, but here comes the push out of Samsung. It looks like they really want to get in onto that inhibitor. Ixu eating so much damage. The Wild Growth coming out there, but getting extremely low. Teddy in the back, though, does survive and lays down that culling, but this will be enough damage to push Jin Air back and take that inhibitor.
Now they're going to try to move to mid lane. They have minions. They should be able to get this turret as well. Teleport, though, coming in from Ixu. Gragas is a big boy. He's looking for a sandwich.
Kuzan, though, uh-oh. Ruler, can he lay down that kill? He does, but pays for it with his life and baits in Cuvée, who's going to lose that Guardian Angel, and all of a sudden, they might be able to pick up Ixu, though, on the back here. Crown, nicely done. Enough damage to take him out with the big combo. But down goes Poppy. So now 3v3.
And Jin Air GreenWings trying to push up mid lane. You see Ping's going down onto that turret, and I gotta hand it to Lucian. He does seem to shred through Poppy better than some of the other AD carries that exist right now in the meta.
Look at Haru. It's like, okay, yeah, go for the turret. I'm not going to be with my team. I'm going for your inhibitor. Let's see how Jin Air responds. Maybe they'll just trade. They're not sending anyone back. They're going for a kill, actually, onto Core JJ. More than enough damage. Crown alone, can he stop this push? Not onto the inhibitor, at least. So they're just going to trade inhibitor for inhibitor here.
Yeah, Teddy is keeping them in this game. The score is 9-11. In terms of kills, the gold deficit not really relevant anymore. We can see that most of the champions in the game have hit level 18, and they're all approaching their final items, so that almost is irrelevant. Baron coming up onto the map, but this is very, very risky for both teams. If they fail it, it can spell lights out for either one of them. Samsung a little bit more comfortable in the sense that they have the teleport available on Cuvée, though. Ixu doesn't have teleport remaining. They are going to have the Scuttle Crab, so that'll last for a little while.
Oh.
Jin Air just pulling the trigger, though.
Here we go. Let's see if his Baron call works out. Cuvée, he's looking for the knockout. Just going to turn into the Poppycopter for a while, but not knocking anyone out, just zoning them. Shockwave totally misses. Nice play there from Jin Air to just surround the ball but not get close enough. Haru coming from the bottom side. MT looking to take that fight. Has Crown there. Does Haru to help him out. And it looks like a bunch of members from Jin Air are lower than the ones on Samsung.
Crown Shockwaves this game are on par with MT's ultimates at this point. They're looking like EMP Shockwaves. They're all just malfunctioning. Samsung, though, might be able to pick up Baron. Wow.
Okay, goodbye, MT. You're not in this game anymore. Crown was very unhappy with what you said, LS. He's like, what? You comparing me to that guy? Let me show you something about this guy. He doesn't exist anymore. So they take the Baron. Really nicely done in a macro sense to just wait for the minions to push in, immediately go for the Baron. They delay enough for the minions to make that push. And now Samsung in the driver's seat once again.
And with the Baron and the open inhibitors, I mean, they even have the luxury of just immediately going over to Elder Dragon if they want to play it as safe as possible. Because without Empty up, there's going to be no way for a steal to happen unless Kuzan channels his inner King by Mom with the laser. And we'll just take another quick replay of this, and okay, well, I mean, that would even confuse me at that point, that amount of damage.
And now the game has just totally ran away from Janair. Kuzan gets picked off by a stealthy kitty. They're not even in the jungle. Ruler now going 1v1 essentially here against MT, and that should be game number 2. And Samsung will be able to take this 2-0. Let's see how many kills Ruler can pick up at the end of it. Cube looking to bop some heads first, and down it goes Nexus, and that is a 2-0 victory in the series for Samsung.
Yep, and they continue on with their streak, and Haru continuing to look like one of the best junglers in LCK, a complete night and day difference from LCK 2016, and he's done a lot. Crown started off the game fantastically, then he started channeling his inner Empty with some of his ultimates, but then picked it up in the end, managed to get that kill right there. They converted into Baron. A little bit dangerous, though, the game got for Samsung, and you have to wonder why that does occur, but Janair GreenWings looking a little bit distraught. And, I mean, all that they have to think about at this point is their placing at the end of the season, because they're going to be facing off, most likely, against the relegation matches and such. There is some series left for them, though. I like how they did deviate from the meta. They came out with some creative picks tonight, and I think that that's actually what they need to be doing moving forward into the remainder of this split. Samsung on the other side, they're just looking fantastic with comps that they can play, champion pools, Crown continuing to look great, and Haru being a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Happy that they took the 2-0 for their team, because they're on the same level as KT right now in terms of wins and losses, but they're behind about 4 indicator points. So getting the 2-0 instead of the 2-1 is also very important when it comes to placing. So they do take the 2-0. And speaking of MVPs, probably going to be Crown. I mean, I guess maybe, well, Haru really messed up early on. There's no one else on Samsung that could get it, I think.
Well, the highest kill participation was Crown. He almost had 100%.
Yeah.
He had 12 kill participation out of 13. We're going to be heading to the analyst desk. We'll see who gets it. I feel like it's a toss-up between Crown and Ruler. Stick around.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. I'm here joined by Binu to help out with the translation, as always. And we will be finding out who is the second MVP of the night.
And Samsung Galaxy remains undefeated here at the Nexon Arena. Of course,
Wow.
somewhat of an expected result going 2-0 against the General GreenWings, but let's take a look at that second set.
Not the luckiest streaks in the game for Samsung, and there was a hiccup somewhere in the mid-game where they looked kind of, you know, like they could throw the game back to Janair, but they managed to hold on.
Crown and Ruler hand in hand, going up to 36K, both of them. Meanwhile, Ixu, I just want to point out his Gragas play, because I feel like a lot of times in the mid-game, his, you know, psychological play was really what kept Jinair in the game a lot of times. What really impresses me about that is you expect Gragas to have the, you know, belly slam flash combo, but he never uses it. And it's such a, I don't know, it's such a thriller just to watch. Is he going to use it? Is he going to use it? But he never does. But let's go to the MVP. Of course, Crown getting that on Orianna. So it looks like we're going to have another night of Crown and Haru up in the interview desk.
How many times have we seen this? It seems like almost every time these two are together. 1,100 MVP points. 200 ahead of Faker right now. 92% kill participation in this game too. It's pretty ridiculous.
Was missing a couple of those, you know, last-minute Orianna shockwaves, but really that is not a representation of his entire performance. He was fantastic all around. So let's head into that interview. So Samsung going through somewhat of a tough schedule right now, a lot of matches scheduled for them. How do you feel about the victory? So Haru says it was a pretty straightforward win, so I'm pretty relieved because there were a lot of mistakes. And Crown says, I am also really happy about the result, although there were so many mistakes, so I can't wait to just go and address them. Now we're going to talk a little bit about Haru's Rengar. You know, what do you think of Rengar when you're playing in the match? And regarding, you know, the patch hit today, Haru says, it's not like Rengar's damage was nerfed, so I think he's pretty usable still. Now, Crown, on his impression of the matches, he says, I was pretty confident, I was pretty ready for the first set, although I was worried going into that second set and seeing how it turned out early on. And Haru also echoing that sentiment, saying, things didn't work out too well in the early game, so I'm really happy to see everything, you know, come together in the later stages of the game. Now, Crown, you're an excellent player at playing against LeBlanc. Although Crown kind of downplaying it, saying, I am playing against a lot of LeBlancs, but I feel like I'm pretty lucky to get all these victories against the LeBlanc counter matchup. Now, on being asked if there was anything different about today while playing on the 7.5 patch, Crown says, I don't think there was anything, you know, majorly different. It was pretty much business as usual. You kind of expect what you always expected. Now, Kanata asks, Kuzan is another player who has a pretty respectable champion pool. What kind of areas did you focus on when you're trying to ban him out? And Crown respectfully declined to comment due to strategic reasons. Now taking a look at some of the early game action in today's series. On his first, or rather second kill in that first series, or first set, Haru says, I noticed Lee Sin's health and I noticed it was pretty low, so when I saw him going back into the jungle, I figured, you know, this is a good opportunity for me to get a pretty easy kill. And he also says, there wasn't a lot of vision in that area, and I figured they didn't have any wards. So that's why I took that detour to kill Lee Sin around the Raptor camp. Now complimenting Crown on his full pressure Orianna play on set 2. And Crown says, I used to have a lot of confidence playing Orianna some time ago, but recently I feel like I've been making a lot of misses with my shockwaves. Regardless, whether I'm playing Orianna or Victor, as long as I'm in the right matchup, I'm always confident. So we'll be taking a look at some of Crown's Orianna plays. Chunking of that Victor and able to pull out Umti's flash as well. And Crown kind of explaining the build up there, saying that I basically asked my entire team to come cover for me because I was about to apply a lot of pressure. And once I nullified Victor out of that sequence of events, all I had to do was think about Graves and his skills. So it was pretty straightforward to dodge that ultimate. So on Saturday, Samsung Galaxy will be playing against SK Telecom T1. And Haru says, they're a really good opponent, so I think we're going to have to work a lot on minimizing our mistakes and playing well. And Crown making a prediction saying that whoever makes more mistakes is going to lose.
It's all about the mistakes
It's
this game.
that type of match, that's right. So again, finally, anything you would like to say to the fans with regards to Saturday's match? And Haru says, thank you for everyone who shows up, all the fans who show up to cheer for us. And Crown says, there's only a little bit of the regular season left, so please cheer for us a lot for the remaining matches, and we'll be trying our best as well. And that's it for the MVP interview with Haru and Crown.
Yeah, we see them together quite often. Those two have some of the most MVP points in the whole league. Part of Samsung. Very much looking forward to their game against SKT, but also looking forward to BBQ Olivers versus ROX Tigers coming up in about an hour. So we'll see you guys then.
paralyzed, trapped inside, I was blind, now I can't deny. In your arms I am free, like I never was before. Black and white, wrong and right, written on my sleeve. Is that truth I can hide? You are changing me. In your arms I am free, like I never was before. So take my heart, take it all I have, all I know.
Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Spring 2017. I am Valdez. With me is LS, as always. We're going to jump into the second match of the night. This is going to be BBQ versus the ROX Tigers. And ROX Tigers, they were looking pretty good the last time they came out here. They brought it to Africa 2-0. And BBQ kind of, they're still in that place where they've only beaten the lower level teams of this league.
Yeah, and the last time, though, that these two teams collided was actually the iconic performance that Mickey showed on the Zed, where they had the 20K gold lead at 24 minutes. And that was the conclusion to their last series. And again, this is 7.5 today, so we might see some more creative stuff come out. And speaking of creative stuff or stuff that is out of the normal, I was looking at Bless's champion pool, even in solo queue recently, and he really needs to change it up a little bit because he has only been playing primarily Kha'Zix and Rek'Sai, and that is definitely far from the norm relative to what we've come to expect in LCK. But we'll get to see if anything new comes out today. We'll see if Ghost maybe wants to show off his Lucian. We did get to see him in the previous series of the night.
Could happen. And we might even see, we might even see something like Graves being banned out. We saw that happened in game number 1 of the first series tonight. Anyway, let's jump into pick and ban right now. BBQ on the blue side.
Have to see how this unfolds. Not the traditional Malzahar first ban for BBQ. Lulu instead being taken away. ROX now highlighting Camille. They elect to ban that away. And now Shen being highlighted. They want to take that off of Shy. Mickey making sure that he's hydrated.
Yeah, drinking his magic moju. His magic mid sauce helps him carry.
Graves now being highlighted and banned away by the red side, and I think that this is mostly because the red side has a little bit more freedom now that LeBlanc has been freed up from it, as well as Varus. And so the bans now are a little more unpredictable.
Lots of thought going into BBQ's third ban. Seems like they had 2 ideas and weren't sure about the third, and it is going to be Zyra that gets banned away from Key for game 1.
The final pick, well, the final ban by the ROX Tigers, and then we'll go for the first pick for BBQ. But with Graves having already been banned away, we might finally get to see Bless perhaps pick up Rengar as the first pick for BBQ. And Malzahar actually being banned away potentially by the ROX Tigers. They're highlighting it. Does get banned. Should be a first pick Rengar for BBQ.
That would make sense, and you do see that it is picked up right away. We'll see if they do lock that in. It's kind of funny to see Malzahar not banned on the blue side, but I suppose with 7.5, as we mentioned before, things definitely change up. So ROX had to have known that Rengar was going over, so curious to see what they'll respond with. Will they go with that early Ezreal pick we've been seeing a little bit more? Ezreal support, something like Ezreal Karma is something you see often.
There's the Ezreal hover. And we'll see if they end up locking it in. If they pick the Ezreal Heron with Lulu already banned away, I feel like it would just make sense to take the Karma at this point.
Yeah, wasn't the hardest prediction.
And there it is.
I'm not the prophet yet. Making my way.
Now, if they do choose to lock this in, BBQ should probably just respawn.
Ooh.
Oh, well.
Never mind.
Actually gets swapped last second. It's a little bit surprising. BBQ could actually respond here with something like Karma AD carry if they actually wanted to take that away from the ROX Tigers. Instead, though, getting Rumble right now.
Want to make sure that it doesn't get banned out in the second phase. Something to deal with the Nautilus top. You saw that Nautilus was banned twice by, I believe it was Samsung in the first series, and Samsung, one of the better teams here, maybe identifying that Nautilus is the big guy up in top, definitely top tier at this point. Highly contested.
Let's see what their next pick is. There's Ghost on the screen. Probably be wise to pick up an AD carry for him right here. You don't want to go into the second ban phase and allow ROX to actually just target AD carries, because with Varus no longer really being an option, that does only leave Jhin, Caitlyn, and Ashe, and you don't want ROX to be able to dictate. Well,
Whoa.
As I say that, they say that that is not going to be the case. And this is a little bit interesting. Varus is weaker on blue than he is on red. He did suffer the nerfs as well.
ROX, after all, they do get to pick up the Karma, as well as getting that earlier Nautilus pick, so not sure if they're the masters of drafting, but it seemed like they got a very strong bot lane and also one of the strongest top laners. They got them in the order that they wanted to make sure nothing got taken away. Now curious to see what will be banned away. Could see some support bans against BBQ if they want to target that.
Well, right now they're hovering Talon. So they're putting focus potentially on Tempt right now. They do ban it away. ROX's team composition is still very flexible. They can go into a lot of different avenues with whatever their mid lane pick is going to be, and they do have the counter pick available to them. Whereas BBQ, so far, they're extremely combo reliant. And they do have a potentially vulnerable top lane and jungle matchup.
What do you think about the target bans against Mighty Bear? Like a newer jungle in here, and they're not focusing any bans towards Mickey at all.
Yep.
Which Freaka did do. It didn't really help them, but I still feel like when you're going up against ROX, Mickey is definitely one of the shining stars that you want to take champions away from. But BBQ haven't done that at all.
Trying to make sure that they get themselves a good jungler matchup. Graves already banned away. Kha'Zix probably ban away Elise here maybe as well as the final ban.
Definitely a hard choice. Leaving up something like Syndra for Mickey. We saw he was very strong on that pick. They're going to ban Ahri with 3 seconds to go. Lots of thought going into this pick and ban from both teams.
Ahri pick a little bit surprising. That's a little bit too no theme for ROX Tigers team composition. Wouldn't be something I would expect for them to pick up. And now that probably means that ROX will, yeah, there it is, the Elise. I feel like the second ban by BBQ should have almost always been an Elise. Ahri doesn't really make much sense. There's too many mid lane champions available, and the Ahri doesn't have a theme inside of that team composition when you pair it with the Karma Ezreal and the Nautilus. And it's able to be played around too easily. Because then, what jungler do they really have that is going to complement the Ahri, complement top lane, complement bottom? And there's really not going to be a very easy solution. So, a little bit of a lost opportunity right there. And now Mickey will be guaranteed the counter pick.
Other higher tier junglers that were available were stuff like, you know, the Gragas jungle we've been seeing more of. Even Rek'Sai every once in a while, if we do see a lot of jungle bans. So maybe they could have forced Mighty Bear onto something like that, but as you said, a missed opportunity. Rounding out the BBQ side here, going to go with a Jace pick, potentially Braum.
And they lock that in. So now the ROX Tigers are going to have to decide what they want to pick into the Jace. And Mickey has shown an affinity for just power matchups. And now he is highlighting the Syndra.
Speaking of power.
Gonna take a beater into the Jace, but this does mean that he can itemize with that Hex Drinker early and even the Mercury Treads if he wants to, because of how much magic damage is coming out from the ROX Tigers team composition. So the problem for the ROX Tigers is that with the amount of magic that's on their team comp, a Locket later on into the game, the Redemption, magic resistance that BBQ can stack is just going to really hurt the ROX Tigers, and a lot of the pressure is going to be on Songyun to come up with some answer.
Curious to see how the Varus does as well, you know, after the nerfs, as it still has overwhelming, speaking, you know, back in like 7.2, 7.3, the Jace Varus was a very overwhelming kind of composition that just poked you out so much to the point where you just couldn't even stay in lane. And eventually you began to see Varus bans, and Jace kind of fell out of the meta. Tempt really switching up his summoners here a lot. He went from Ghost, which obviously wouldn't be the pick, into Exhaust, into Cleanse. And Mickey actually picking up the Exhaust to deal with the Jace.
So we'll take one last look at the team compositions here. Before heading into match, Rumble, Rengar, Jace, Varus, and Braum for BBQ. Definitely lots of gears available to them with that team composition. Lots of poke, lots of siege. They have disengage, counter engage, which I guess is a little bit different. And now on the flip side, ROX Tigers with the Nautilus, Elise, Syndra, Ezreal, and Karma. Very tunneled on getting ahead, and if they don't, then it's gonna be all on Ezreal.
Yeah, well, they'll see if they can get ahead with the help of Mickey this time around. So let's make it 2 series in a row, perhaps. Going into game number 1 right now, BBQ versus the ROX Tigers on the Rift.
I can't
That
do
actually
it.
hurt my ears through the headphones.
The discrepancy, though, between the starters and the follow-up was quite noticeable.
Yeah. I don't know who that was. The follow-up of the ROX cheer. Gotta get that guy on the desk. Make him the hype caster.
All right, so here is Shy and Mighty Bear getting ready to possibly start on the Raptor camp. And when we look at all of these lanes, it's going to be extremely difficult for Mighty Bear to find any success in bottom due to that lane dynamic. And most of the pressure should probably come out from mid early on. But the problem is that Tempt is actually running Cleanse. So Mighty Bear might be more inclined to actually just play a more farm-centric style with priority actually top to mid to bottom. We'll see what he does here. Oh, and they don't know that Mighty Bear is actually here. They don't have any intel on it. They might think that he's not starting there. So we'll see how Bless reacts to that. So if Bless thinks that Mighty Bear is starting at blue, could affect his path a little bit. He's going to be on red now. Mighty Bear very far behind, though, in terms of the clear speed, as you can see.
He's still doing Raptors.
Yeah.
Okay, finally he's finished them. Took quite a long time. Tempt taking a good trade here, forcing out an early potion from Mickey. Ooh, even needing that shock blast. Doesn't hurt all that much this early on, but you can see Mighty Bear just now finished the red, whereas Bless has started that blue.
Tempt hitting Mickey quite hard and trying to establish some good lane control. He's built himself up a really nice sized minion wave in the event that Mighty Bear would maybe try to do something super early on, but it's not going to be the case right now. Mighty Bear transitions into his blue side jungle, and it's actually going to be Bless who's looking for something to do. I really like how Bless came over. He got his team the Scuttle Crab on the left-hand side, as one of the potential routes, again, did involve Mighty Bear trying to do something in top or mid early on, and that's going to shut that down. And now Bless is actually going to be the one that can go into power farming mode, because he's under actually no obligation anymore to do anything for his team. All he has to do is deflect any of Mighty Bear's attempts to create pressure or ganks, and he's going to be the one that comes out ahead.
And looking at this mid lane match, as we have been for most of the game, Mickey, he was so dominant on the Syndra against the Orianna of Kuro when he went up against Afrika, but now having to deal with a different matchup, you can see he's having a lot more trouble. And, you know, you were remarking how they kind of want to ban out the junglers, and maybe they were expecting Mickey to play the Syndra and they had an answer for it in this Jace. So far, it's working out pretty well.
Going well for them. And the other thing about it is that if Mickey gets the lead, he's probably going to feel very comfortable with that champion, as Syndra is one of the best champions in the game at snowballing the lead.
Now, of course, Mickey is still keeping up in the CS. Looks like he missed maybe 1 minion of experience, and maybe a little bit more. That's about it. So he's sticking in it. We're taking a look at bot here. Decently even so far. Looks like the Ezreal Karma lane is pushing in, as we've seen them do all night.
And so far, nothing really happening in the early stages of the game. Interestingly enough, by the way, Crazy has the Dark Seal on Rumble, so he's being as greedy as possible with his opening, but it's not going to really be punished by Nautilus. And he's on that blue side Rumble, so able to be a little bit more defensive. Mighty Bear might find himself a cat.
Oh boy, Bless face checking that brush. He actually gets ahead in the trade, even with Mighty Bear getting the jump on him. Not respecting the follow-up from Rengar. Mickey was closer there to help out Mighty Bear, so of course Bless had to back off.
A little surprising, Bless's itemization is definitely peculiar, but then also in that trade that we just saw unfold, you can see that it didn't seem to expect that he would get the better end of the trade. I think that he could have pushed it a little bit further, but it's not going to be the end of the world. In the mid lane here, Mickey has a little bit of a CS advantage, but Jace is going to eventually have that Hex Drinker. That's definitely going to change the mid dynamic up a little bit.
I'm going to rely on that item instead of taking the exhaust. More scared about getting stunned, you know, cocooned, stuff like that. Taking that cleanse. Actually, Mickey able to push that one in. Hold that thought. We're going to have a little try here at a gank. Mighty Bear coming down. This is totally unknown. Ghost is going to face check the brush. We might have our first blood here. The exhaust going down onto Ghost. Needs some more follow-up damage. The flash away. Can he actually get away? First blood goes over to Mighty Bear. And Totoro not able to punish. So nice gank there.
Really big pickup for them right now, because this is the lane that they shouldn't have been able to really find any success, and so any sort of pressure that they can get from that lane and accelerate it, get the turret down faster, and open up Songyun and Ki is really big for them. You can see Ghost was also trying to hold his summoners as long as he could, or not go, yeah. Trying to hold his summoners, couldn't quite, went down in the end. Looked like he almost was going to be able to turn it though.
It was close, even with the jump that they were able to get on, because after the Elise burst, there wasn't much else. You can see Ezreal going full farm mode, tier, and call. Saying, okay, we're in this one for the late game. Tempt coming on in, and actually, nice bit of burst onto Mickey.
I really like the boots of Mickey. Some say that that is a very fair item.
Some say.
I've heard stories about this item before. Nice to see it rushed here. And Tempt doing his best to try to shove in the lane, punish Mickey, and get whatever lead he can. He has yet to recall into the Hex Drinker yet. A little bit surprising to see that he hasn't picked that up. Nice attempt by Songyun.
Good try.
Tons of pings going down on the map. Looks like they're trying to hand off blue now to Mickey, but for the most part, the game has been pretty passive across the board. And if we look at the CS across all lanes, there's a little bit of a lead in mid and in bottom. But on the flip side, Crazy and Bless have leads over their opponents.
curious about this first dragon. You can see that Mighty Bear is hanging around there, and actually ROX is going to group up. This is spotted, but can they actually go for this? You can see that Bless is going for the blue buff, so they're just going to cede this over to the ROX Tigers. In fact, no response at all, so Mighty Bear just left alone to take it. So it is a Cloud Drake, not the most fantastic, spectacular Drake, but at least they do pick up the first one. The next one will be the Mountain Drake.
Take another I'm getting this is so long ago. The Cocoon went down onto Ghost, and you can see he was really just trying to hold his summoners and see if they could turn it around. They got the passive off onto Mighty Bear, but still just a little bit too much damage, able to turn that around in the end.
Bless making his way through the jungle now. Gets a deep ward in here onto the red. Has that blasting plant. They are looking for someone or something. Blessy is forced to flash away. Actually going over all alone. And that's going to be Thrill of the Hunt used as well on the escape. So blowing a summoner and an ultimate ability. You can see lots of control wards in the river.
And now, keep moving down to bottom lane. And lanes are going to reset yet again. Without Dragon being up now for a while, the next one will be Mountain Drake, so both teams are going to want to pick that up, but could just enter back into a passive phase outside of whenever Bless has his ultimate available to him. Although Mighty Bear looking to make something happen.
Missing the scout of the weekend. He still has cleanse up, so even if the Cocoon hit, there was no kill potential there. And you can see Mickey even eating a lot of damage on the flip side. Does not have those Sork boots, so it doesn't really have the same amount of magic pen. But will survive for longer, at least, with the Ninja Tabby. Mighty Bear is still here.
Crazy, maybe looking to roam down. Bless is here as well, finds Mighty Bear. And right now, it's just basically, BBQ wants to open up mid lane as fast as they can. Wow.
Oh boy, he gets bullet, but actually the stun onto both. Actually, I think that was just onto Tempt. Crazy getting locked up as well. But after all, they do not take that mid-tier one.
Looked like that was a little bit of a misplaced equalizer. Not quite as effective as it could have been. But nonetheless, the damage that is done onto the mid-tier 1 turret of the ROX Tigers is quite a lot, and that means that even if Songyun and Ki do manage to free themselves up and move into the mid lane, it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to apply pressure and attack Temp's mana whenever he doesn't have blue.
Very even game so far. I mean, only a Cloud Drake going over to the Tigers, and there's a difference of about 100 gold. Maybe not even that. Something like 70 gold here. Game 1, even with the first blood.
Songyun does have a call, which he will eventually complete. That's going to be a little bit of a picked up almost half, well, a little bit more than half a kill once he does complete that, or a little less than half a kill.
Bless is wrapping around the right side here. As Shy and Mighty Bear just run straight at Crazy, they might not realize how much danger they're in. As Dredge landing the wall, it looks like ROX will get away, but this will be the first blood turret going to BBQ. Actually, Totoro eating some of that gold, not sure if that was on purpose.
Interesting, Crazy actually teleports down to bottom. He has the equalizer, he wants to prevent that turret from going down. They don't want Songyun to be unlocked via the destruction of their bottom tier 1 turret. There's a 2-level advantage over Songyun, and he does have the items to dish out a ton of damage, as you can see. Wow. Okay, well.
Songyun just surviving down there, has to keep Key around. And now Ghost is heading bottom. Crazy just going to recall and head back top. Who's got the weaker Mickey? Gets that Thunderlords. Very low on mana though. Has the blue available. Seems like he wants to push this wave first.
And right now, all that BBQ really need to do is just make sure that no one gets caught out leading up to this dragon. They're in a fantastic spot. Crazy can just push out this final wave and then actually walk down to dragon. You might actually want to push out one more wave. But if he sticks around in top lane, that would not be the best decision that he could make. Mountain Drake is very important for both of these teams right now. More so for BBQ, as the Tigers are obviously going to want to go for some sort of a Baron burst, and when you have the Varus and Jace able to dissuade that or try to prevent it from happening via their poke, obviously you want the Mountain Drake to be removed so that they can't kill it quicker.
Yeah, well, they are beginning onto that Mountain Drake. Will there be a response? You can see Varus and Braum heading on up. They're going to attempt to steal. Nope, not even. No arrow over the wall. And the Tigers pick up a second dragon.
Yeah, really bizarre why BBQ are willing to just concede that Drake. You can see that in top lane, Crazy gained nothing from staying up there. He's not going to be able to get any turret damage down. You can't actually poke Shy out. And you're just wasting your time up here. There's really nothing to gain. He could have been rotating down to mid lane, cast an equalizer on Mickey, shove him off the turret, raise mid-tier 1, but instead they're not taking advantage of the map and they're losing out on opportunities. And it's giving the ROX Tigers time to stabilize.
Oh. Speaking of stabilization, it looks like they're going to destabilize things in the bot lane. Coming with a flash exhaust onto Ghost. Key looking to open up this fight. Is there a response here from BBQ? The flash forward from Mighty Bear. Picks up a kill, although looks like Songyun also went down. Eating a little bit too much damage, perhaps. They do get that turret, but they will trade tier 2 in top. So BBQ not getting the worst end of this trade.
No, BBQ actually comes out ahead in this trade. Getting top tier 2 is normally always just a luxury turret. It's not a turret that normally you devote a lot of attention to. It's normally very difficult to capture no matter what side you're on, whether red or blue. And so trading that, going 1-for-1 in a 2v4 is going to be absolutely fantastic. Especially because now it even lets Crazy focus more on mid lane and bottom lane, and he's not going to be locked up in top. We'll take another quick look at the replay. So they teleported down Shy, and you can see that Ghost and Temp did their best to stay alive as long as possible. The flash and the heal coming out, and the turret helping out to the best of his ability.
Songyun was just barely in range of that. This is why he ate like 2 or 3 turret shots, as well as the full burst of everything that the bot lane of BBQ had to offer. So really nice response from them. Next Drake is Infernal, so another big one. It'll definitely be contested by both teams here.
Infernal as well, much more valuable to BBQ's team composition than it is for the ROX Tigers. Extremely strong on that Varus, Jace, Rengar, and on the Rumble, whereas ROX Tigers are only really going to benefit from it on Elise, Syndra, and Ezreal.
All the pings going down. Looked like Totoro wanted to get some action in there. Won't be able to. Just kind of clearing waves, clearing vision at this point in time. Lots of pings going into the red side jungle here of the Tigers. Red being taken right now by Mighty Bear. Key looking to help out. Totoro will see how deep he wants to go on in. He's going to use that shield. Forces the red to refresh there. And in comes the ultimate from Braum. Key getting quite low there. Bless going in for the kill. He will get it. Mickey coming on in though, flashes with that unleashed power. Now Bless going a little bit too deep. 2 kills going over the ROX Tigers. Maybe BBQ. No, they can't even get the red. And they do run away from there. So a 2-for-1 in favor of the Tigers.
Yep. Nice pickup and turnaround team fight. BBQ going a little bit too aggressive. And now, with Dragon coming up in 2 minutes, we'll see which team is in position to capture that. Crazy does have teleport up, but Shy's gonna have it up as well. Baron is on the field now. And right now, all that the ROX Tigers need to do is wait for that Dragon, not take any fight needlessly. We'll take another quick look at the replay here. So the Cocoon blocking up a little bit. Totoro came back in, whiffed his ultimate. Bless able to take down Key with the assistance of Tempt, but then he ends up getting locked up in the background by Shy. He goes down. Mickey was able to pick up the kill on Totoro with his ultimate.
Yeah, that point and click, he just had enough spheres. He's like, okay, that guy's dead. Nothing he can do. And again, this becomes a even game in terms of gold. Only 500 head right now is BBQ. But again, the Tigers do have those 2 Drakes. Another one coming up in 40 seconds. It looks like this time maybe BBQ wants to really focus on this. Bless hanging around with Ghost and Totoro, looking perhaps for a pick bot lane.
Roaming bot trying to get some sort of vision control down. It's very important. Dragon's only in 20 seconds. Ghost will actually have the red buff persist through when Dragon is on the map, so that's going to be a nice little edge that he has in a team fight. Mickey's blue should also still be sticking around. Tempt as well.
Looking for some damage there, just locking down Totoro. Oh, the flash forward onto Tempt. They really want him, everything on top of him, even an exhaust, but not quite able to get it. Mickey goes down, and it looks like maybe ROX went 2 overboard with that engage. A double kill going to Ghost at the end of this, and 3 members of ROX do fall. Meanwhile, it looks like ROX just going to pick up the scraps as BBQ heads towards the Baron.
Yeah, ROX are going to actually be able to pick up the Infernal Drake, but they're going to lose Baron for sure.
Totoro's got to get in there and tank.
Yep. They're getting in there. They pick up the Infernal Drake. It's a nice little pickup as long as they can weather the storm that's coming from the Baron buff. They'll be in a relatively okay spot, even though they did fall down considerably in gold. So we'll see what happens now in the next few moments. And that team fight was a byproduct of the team compositions that I talked about earlier, that you have too much magic damage. So when we look at this team fight, they lock up Totoro, and then Shy comes over the wall with his ultimate, and everything gets unloaded onto Tempt. But he's too tanky against the magic resistance relative to the items that the Tigers have right now. And so it's just too much of a commitment onto a champion they can't really bring down. And even if they did, it still would have ended very similarly. Yeah. And then it probably would have just meant that BBQ takes the Infernal Drake instead of going to the Baron, but they'd still be in a better position than the Tigers are now.
For sure. You can see it was a really nice angle that Crazy came at as well, just locking up Key and Mickey in the back, saying, okay, you have to deal with me, and they couldn't even deal with him. Crazy really going off, even though he doesn't have any kills, currently has the most CS in the game and 3 assists. Now on to very important items, pushing the bot lane with that Baron buff, the rest of BBQ hanging around mid.
So Ghost and Tempt are going to have to keep up the pressure. Crazy dropped the ball in bottom. I mean, he has the equalizer and teleport. and yet he let the Baron-empowered minions die. You can see how far away the next wave is. They're looking for something with Equalizer.
ROX has to be so careful here. There's the Equalizer. Mickey eats it down to half health or below it. They're pushing on in, but Shy still wants to. He grabs Ghost here. Huge engage. And uh-oh, BBQ on the run now. 2 members going to go down, and that is not the engage that BBQ was looking for.
Yeah, that was a very weird posture by them, and the way that they were holding that turtle in front of the turret was a little bit bizarre. And them trying to rush it down and move a little bit too quickly ends up meaning that ROX punishes their mispositioning. And now they're turning the tides in this game. And they've all but closed the gold gap, and I think that they did manage to weather the storm quite well of the Baron, and so that Infernal Drake paying off in the end.
Shy with a huge dredge line onto Ghost. Really leaves you questioning, you know, Ghost up in the front lines. I don't think he should be there, especially when you have a decent, actually a pretty healthy front line in the form of Bless, Totoro. Even Tempted Crazy should be ahead of him. He should be all the way in the back. Meanwhile, Shy is... yeah,
Shy's out of position. They're sending him back to the depths.
Oh boy.
Back to the deep end. But one of the things that's bizarre is it's weird to see Bless itemizing full physical damage when really, I mean, the damage that you have coming out of the Rumble, coming out of the Jace, the Varus, is going to be more than enough. And so the fact that he's not going for the tanky variation of Rengar with a Locket, so that you would have double Locket later on in addition to the Redemption, is a little bit peculiar because they don't need to win a team fight in one fell swoop or one big blow. They just need to sustain the combos from the Tigers, and then they can't keep up.
Well, BBQ continuously pushing this one, even without a wave. Trying to use their poke to siege these turrets. Would definitely help them out, as you said, if they had Infernal and Mountain Drake. With that push, the turret would almost definitely have fallen. Next Drake is going to be Cloud Drake, so not going to be too big of a deal. Here's that fight again.
Yeah, so this team fight is them all just staying up inside of a circle. Yeah, Shy hit that miracle dredge line, and the entire fight turns around. And you can see they just dogged down Totoro right at the very end, and it was just a full-on retreat at that point. Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, or just under a minute and a half. Another Cloud Drake, though, not the most valuable Drake, or exciting for that matter, for both teams. And then shortly to follow will obviously be Baron, and that'll be where the decisive fight takes place.
Lots of members of ROX heading up top. You can see the negative 2,600 gold difference. ROX Tigers winning out, even though BBQ did get the Baron buff. And they're just looking to take out the last tier 1 turret here in the top lane. Thrill of the Hunt coming down. It looks like they really want to get in onto this, but that may be a mistake. The teleport coming behind here. Shy, he can jump on over. He's going to lock up Ghost again. Ghost will get caught on the other side. Mickey's on the run against 3 members. Does get Bola Strike. Attempts to use that Unleash power onto Bless, but he does survive. They trade 1 for 1.
1 for 1 in the end, but Mickey being completely out of position ends up meaning that ROX can't push on and probably capture top tier 2. BBQ going to turn their attention to the Cloud Drake. They want to kill this as fast as possible right now. They want to make sure that the timer doesn't hit 29 minutes so that Elder does not come up next. They want to make sure at least one more dragon spawns, as with the way that the game's going and the fact that Baron won't persist into that, they can't be certain that they would have control over it, and you don't want to give that option to the Tigers, who have that Mountain Drake as well. So the next dragon of the game, yet another Cloud Drake. So Map hates both of these teams.
Would have been interesting to see something like a Mountain Drake or Infernal Drake, and then BBQ maybe come back. I mean, as it stands, the gold is still very even, but the Drake's really helping out Tigers right now. You can see the penetration picked up on the side of Syndra after getting those Ninja Tabby, Leandries, Morella, and Omicron. Maybe an engage here from BBQ. They're looking. Oh man, Totoro wants blood. There's the equalizer. Mickey up in front again. Oh, and Sangin gets caught out there by Vares. Now Mickey being jumped on here by Tempt. Blesh trying to get on in. Still kiting them for so long, but will die. That's two members of ROX Tigers being caught out. Really nice engage by BBQ. Let's see what they want to do now.
Looks like they want to convert it into a Baron. Shy though, he might be quite obnoxious, although a 5-man redemption heal gonna come out.
That's so key. We'll see if they can actually still.
That
you
wasn't
can see
key, that
Bless.
was Totoro.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you're correct. Bless is super low, so is Totoro. Shy getting on in there, he kills Bless. Looks like Mighty Bear actually goes down, and all of a sudden, okay, they're gonna kill two. Can they stop the Baron though? It doesn't look like it, as it is very, very low. Can he steal it? And, oh, it's pretty close, but not quite as crazy, able to take that one. One fan goes absolutely insane in the audience, goes beast mode.
Yep. One of the ROX Tigers fans going absolutely nuts when Key shot that. Well, so BBQ yet again with another Baron. We'll take another quick look at this team fight. Shy just goes man mode here, and he goes straight on in, and basically it's balls to the wall. They have to try to stop this Baron. And right at the very end, Shy was actually able to pick himself up another kill with the assistance of Key, but then Key couldn't quite stop this Baron.
It's like spamming his Q. Please.
So now it'll be yet another question of, can the ROX Tigers hold on one more time? We saw before that BBQ weren't the best at this siege, at this song and a dance, and it's possible that the ROX Tigers can find an angle of approach and get on to Ghost again and remove him from the fight, but the problem is that he's the only member that they can really light up instantly.
Even Ghost picking up that Spectral Cowl. And Shy looking for it again. Doesn't find it this time. Double recall from Mighty Bear and Mickey. Want to be full health for this next wave.
We can see again that despite having the Baron buff and stuff, they're being compromised by their lane allocations and how they're choosing to do it. You have that giant wave up in top lane, all those minions, and they're likely to just be suicided because their map movements right now aren't the best in the world. And Crazy was a little bit late to arrive to bottom lane, so these waves are not perfectly in line. You can see Mickey up here, that entire wave, that entire lane just went to waste. And these are some of the weaknesses that BBQ as a team have, that even when they get to the stage, even when they get advantages, they're still giving a lot of wiggle room to their opponents. And it's certainly enabling ROX to still have a fighting chance in this game.
Definitely is. They are still able to pick up 2 tier 2s. So only Inhibitor and Nexus turrets left over for the ROX Tigers. Gained himself a bit of a lead this time after picking up their second Baron. But once that runs out, this game is certainly not over. Although lots of magic resist picked up on the side of BBQ. You were talking about that being a problem as we go very late on into this game. ROX trying to stop this push. It looks like they will be successful. The Baron will run out in about 30 seconds.
And Cloud Drake coming up in about 45 seconds from now. And honestly, either team could just look to capture that immediately. But I do have to say that for a team that has a Jace and a Varus, their ability to force down a turret and lay siege left much to be desired.
Definitely need to work on some of these macro stages of the game. Maybe that will be the source of their practice in between seasons, in between splits. So it looks like BBQ's in a very good position to take this Cloud Drake. Will make their engage a bit better with Double Cloud. Are they even going to go for it? Looks like they were looking for a pick first. Songyun trying to punish Totoro, but he is Braum, so does get away. There's the Cloud Drake started, and ROX is like, okay, you can go for the Cloud Drake. We're gonna go mid, and see if this does work out.
It's a very, very big, common mistake in pro play. This is a very simple fork. Every member funnels themselves into Dragon River. You have a minion wave, you escort it into a turret, capture turret, disengage. Happens a lot in pro games.
There's the very clean disengage. Using the redemption. Bless actually might be in a bit of trouble. He gets locked up, and there's the stun. Equalizer is good, but immediately Bless goes down. Crazy now forced to Zonius early. Chain of Corruption going down onto Mickey, though. Nice Zonius to survive there right at the end, but he will be followed up with a kill. And now Key going down. Crazy, even though he's low, is putting out that damage. Shy trying to go man mode, but not quite able to. GA gonna be procced. Will be able to take him out right away. Crazy, even though he's extremely low.
The real question is, Brendan, what damage? Because the ROX Tigers don't seem to deal damage to all that
Not
magic
anymore.
resistance and HP across so many of the members. And it's just so difficult. Look at Varus's itemization, by the way. Phantom Dancer and Banshee's Veil. ROX Tigers, even though they were able to delete Bless so early on into that fight, they couldn't quite muster up a victory. And the game is just reaching a point where, again, they use their combos, they go on cooldown, and then their sustained damage is just not there outside of Ezreal, and he's not a one-man army.
Yeah. Not in this game, especially. Just not farmed enough. Very average at this point. So ROX Tigers really in a not so great situation. They need to get like pick after pick. You know, find one person, disengage, and then try to find another pick, but that's extremely hard to do at this level of play.
Right now, the game isn't over yet. Tigers still have a window back in. They need to take some sort of a miracle fight, maybe use a good flank from Shy here at the Baron that's coming up in 20 seconds. If they can get that, there's an open inhibitor in mid. They have a beautiful bottom lane, and they have a relatively okay top lane, given the fact that Bless is actually going to prematurely shove this back into the Tigers. Never mind, he actually doesn't. So Songyun looks like he's moving up to top to actually tap that and have it bounce into BBQ.
Baron has spawned. Seems like both teams have a decent amount of vision around there, but BBQ has a lot more control, so BBQ will move as a team, clear out all the vision. They're going to be relying on basically just some scrying orbs to go down. They only have one. Uh-oh, Shy is going to be caught out here. Lots of DPS is coming out, but Mickey gets caught in the back, forces Zonia's early, and he's going to be jumped on, and that is the end of his life. Double kill. 4 attempts. Shy and Mickey just getting caught out there in the middle of the map with no vision.
Now it looks like BBQ, they might even completely ignore capturing Baron. They could look to potentially end it here if they want to be a little bit risky. Although I'm not even sure if it's actually risky with that Braum shield.
Yeah, he's up in front. And even Key just desperately trying to do some damage. And there are some low members of BBQ, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. The repel here from Mighty Bear will be jumped on. Down he goes. And that's going to be it. The ace and the first game going over to the BBQ Olivers.
Eventually, they managed to take down the Nexus, and this was an example of the ROX Tigers losing really hard in draft relative to their ability to play out the early game and what they would have needed to pole vault themselves into the mid and then late to secure the win. BBQ, though, getting tons of advantages at multiple stages of the game, but you saw how difficult it was for them to eventually close it out. A little bit of execution and minion wave manipulation difficulties for them, and if they can clean that up, they're going to look like the pretty strong favorites going into game 2, but obviously they're not going to be able to clean that up in just one game. Tigers might go back to something creative and put Mickey on some sort of an assassin and try to approach the laning that way. Syndra did not seem to work out so well, not with that much magic damage coming from your team.
So would look to them to definitely change things up. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go into a 3-game series. After that first one, I feel like it was very close, but as you mentioned, you know, the composition problems there for the ROX Tigers. It looks like we're not going to go to any replay. We're just going to go straight to the analyst desk, so we'll be back in 2 minutes with the desk. Welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. We're going to go over the game 1 of the BBQ Olivers versus the ROX Tigers. BBQ able to take this one.
And a very deflating, I think, game for ROX Tigers fan, especially after their last 2-0 victory. But nevertheless, these two teams are 7th and 8th place, right on top of each other. So this might be the result you might, you know, actually expect coming into this game, but a BBQ victory nonetheless.
Yeah, just barely able to eke that out as it went later and later, and more magic resist was piled on up against that team you see on the right. Jace doing the most damage.
That's right, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Temp had a lot of pressure just starting out with a very strong laning phase, and posed a lot of problems for this ROX Tigers squad, especially for Mickey, because his health was low for such a long time of the game. It brought Mighty Bear around to the mid lane. Couldn't really care for a lot of the side lanes, and BBQ had a strong foundation moving into the mid to late game. Now Captain Jack applauding the Jace Varus composition, drafting those two and giving the team a lot of range. And Kanata saying that he saw a lot of improvement in the BBQ squad in that one game at least, because they are 0-5 in the second round. No victories as of yet.
Crazy engage here as Mickey, he tried his best. Songyun tried to sacrifice his life. Not sure about that, as that consistent sustained Ezreal damage was so important. But he just gets hit by the Chain of Corruption, and that was a big engage by BBQ that led to them going for the Baron. And even though they lost 2 of their members, they do eventually secure this.
The analyst also taking this Baron attempt apart, saying that it was kind of a long shot, and Shy definitely had reason to actually go in there to try to disrupt the attempt. And just describing the overall picture or the sequence of events in the fights, well, okay, Bless goes down, but with the Varus ultimate, with a lot of sustained damage, BBQ just continually managing to push back even when they get engaged on.
Shy just not respecting the lack of vision, baits Mickey in. And this was that last team fight that led to BBQ taking the victory.
I saw one of the cheerfuls or the fan signs before the picks and bans, and if I recall correctly, it said Tiger General, right? Shy being the oldest members of the ROX Tigers, but not looking much like a general there.
Leading his team into battle only to get defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Captain Jack, he really likes the Varus pick, even despite the nerfs, because Varus definitely is one of those AD carries that could engage or chain into an engage. So it looks like we're going to take a look at the MVP player for that first set victory by BBQ.
I think it should be this man, Tempt, in the mid lane, 89% kill contribution. He's been on the MVP desk. I don't know if you would call it that. He's been MVP before. His 4th time with 400 MVP points.
And of course, not in contention for any MVP awards, but that's usually what happens when your team is hanging around the bottom of the table. So this is a great opportunity. BBQ 1 up, and they might be able to turn their fortunes around and at least get clear of that relegation zone that they're familiar with from last summer. Of course, ROX Tigers with a lot of great plays of their own. Mighty Bear and Key setting up that bottom lane gank. So what does ROX Tigers need to change? And Captain Jack points his fingers at taking 4 versus 5 fights, or maybe teammates joining up pretty late, so maybe need to sharpen up that macro play.
So let's see how it goes in game number 2. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2017 LCK Spring Split. It's me, Valdez, with LS. We're in the midst of BBQ versus the ROX Tigers. BBQ able to take game 1. Although it was close, they were eventually able to win that game.
Yeah, and it came off the back of 2 Barons and a pretty big draft victory. So it's hard to, or well, it's going to be a question of what happens if the draft is more even. And if the ROX Tigers even could end up getting advantage via the draft. We'll see what unfolds there. And if the ROX Tigers have any special surprises in store on the blue side now, as this is patch 7.5.
Yeah, Mickey did get his Syndra again, but it wasn't nearly as effective as it was against the Afrika Freaks, as everybody on the side of BBQ just made a bunch of magic resist items, and he wasn't able to get an early lead because Tempt was going head-to-head very well with him in the lane from early to mid-game.
Well, we'll see what happens this time around in the picked bands as we are about to hop into them here to kick off game number 2. ROX Tigers now on the blue side. We'll see how they want to start their bands off.
Well, they saw Crazy's Rumble in game 1, and they're just going to say, no, we don't want to see that again. No thanks.
And now BBQ highlighting and banning away the Graves, and this is maybe a trend that we'll begin to see a lot of moving forward, again with the Varus and the LeBlanc now unlocked from red side.
We were talking about Ghost Ezreal before we even started this cast. Just don't want to give that to BBQ on red side. Pretty common pick 1 and pick 2 for red side nowadays is Ezreal Karma, Ezreal Lulu, Ezreal X.
And now Camille being banned away by BBQ. Still a champion that will probably remain constantly or near constantly banned in her current state. ROX Tigers now banning away the Kazakhs, and we talked about this earlier on, that Bless is a little bit different than other LCK junglers. His desires are definitely more unconventional. He favors the Kazakhs and the Rek'Sai. And you have to wonder if that is a little bit of a weakness on him. He did perform okay on the Rengar in last game, but
yeah, not this time. ROX picks up Rengar first. Curious to see what the next follow-up will be from BBQ. No Ezreal available. So, just waiting here. Varus.
Varus now being highlighted yet again. And he might get locked in. He is. And BBQ now, they want, yeah, I was about to say they could just pick up Elise here and get it out of the way. Might lock that in here. And now if the ROX Tigers are going to reply, they could just reply with AD carry support and play it safe. Don't need to give away too much information in the draft phase. Then again, these two teams are two that don't really follow that type of approach to the draft phase.
Yeah. You were talking about not giving away information. You know, BBQ could have as easily just picked up their support and secured it for the second pick and saved Elise for the third pick, because ROX, of course, is not going to pick Elise unless they send Rengar top, which is very unlikely. So, deciding on that, we see Jhin being picked up here by the ROX Tigers. And Talia being hovered as their third pick. And they do lock it in, so no support coming out here. They do want to make sure that they get Talia this time.
Picking that up for Mickey, he had a good performance on it in his previous series. BBQ actually now responding with a champion that we haven't gotten to see a lot of lately, the Malzahar being highlighted, and that's going to be a great lockdown tool, especially with the Varus. quite an obnoxious amount of CC at level 6, very similar to Ashe Malzahar. Lots of pick potential for BBQ, and so you have to wonder, do you want to begin to just target away supports? And they're highlighting Lulu, but I feel like you could just ban away Tahm Kench and take that away. Because it feels like to me that ROX should probably be thinking about Tahm Kench right about now.
Maybe they'll do both. Do have another ban available. So maybe just saying, okay, we don't want you on Lulu as a means to, you know, save your ADC. You know, Lulu can go in there and just wild growth to interrupt the Malzahar CC. So maybe the next ban will be Tahm Kench. No, it looks like Zyra potentially will be the ban here. And there it is, locked in.
So with Zyra being banned away, it's a little bit weird given that BBQ, yes, they have the Elise that goes in and engages, but with the long range of Varus and the way that Malzahar interacts, wouldn't make the most of sense for Zyra to be picked up alongside that Jhin for the ROX Tigers. And so now we'll have to see what BBQ wants to pick up here. And maybe they have intent for the Zyra and the Lulu being banned in. It looks like they do, as they want to go with a little bit of a proactive pick inside of the Zed. But Talia can do well against him. It's definitely not a matchup that is entirely one-sided.
Well, Talon switched right here at the end. So that will be Talon for Tempt in the mid lane up against Mickey's Talia. Very excited for that matchup. Suppose it could also still go top if they do want to mix things up. And there's that Tahm Kench, right as you were saying. Seems like the obvious choice here for the ROX Tigers.
So they're picking up Tahm, and now you need a top laner. And if you're looking at BBQ's team composition and all the bans that have been taken away, there are a few that could exist. Could even pick Shen if you really want to. That way you'll have a little bit more safety for your Talia against the assassinations from Talon. They're highlighting Nautilus. Nautilus is a fantastic pick at shutting down split push type mechanics, especially when backed up by a Tahm Kench, and they are on the blue side, so less terrain to defend from when just trying to turtle and deny someone from taking a Baron. BBQ obviously do have the red side Baron stall via Varus. They're highlighting Maokai as the final pick. Maokai is extremely interesting because he's going to be very vulnerable in the later stages to that Tahm Kench and Weaver's Wall, plus the Rengar ultimate with the Nautilus. And it doesn't seem as stable as the Shen. Obviously, he's going to be tankier, but Shen would provide a lot more, I guess, accessibility in a sense, you know, when you use the Stand United on Elise or Talon, especially to create chaos early on.
Interesting choice. I mean, I saw the BBQ coach in there. He was just like, Mal, 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 Mal. That's like the only thing I saw him saying, if I was seeing it correctly. So, seems like everybody on BBQ is kind of on the Maokai page.
And this is an interesting turn of events for ROX Tigers now are the ones with arguably the superior scaling, almost surely, as BBQ are going to be much heavier of a reliance on summoners.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, we could see someone like Tempt pop off on that Talon if things go well for him early on. Definitely one of the champions that allows you to do so if you can get an early lead.
And so here's a look at the team composition for the ROX Tigers. Nautilus, Rengar, Talia, Jhin, and Tahm Kench. And now for BBQ, Maokai, Elise, Talon, Varus, and Malzahar. So who's gonna win? Are the Tigers gonna eat the chickens, Brendan?
I think they are this time. That was my prediction. I think this is going to game 3, but could be proven wrong. We'll see if Tempt maybe goes off on that Talon or something else happens on that BBQ side. Let's jump into game number 2 here. ROX Tigers versus the BBQ Olivers.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
That's
Who is that?
I don't know.
That's actually, whoever that is screams the loudest I've ever heard anyone scream
He's
during a fan
stronger
cheer.
than the Kongdu monster. For
Yeah,
sure,
he
man.
is.
Yeah.
Screechier. Definitely leaves a bit more of a mark on you.
Yep. All right, so here we go. Game number 2, ROX on Cox. To kick this off, Tigers versus Chickens, however you want to phrase it.
Yeah, and you know, this time the Tigers, they do get Rengar, they do get the kitty cat, so everything's, you know, pulling together here for the ROX Tigers.
Do you think that spiders are into cats?
No, not at all.
No?
They're like hunted by cats. What? Maybe they're into that kind of thing, you know?
Do you think Malzahar is into oversized catfish?
What? Malzahar, yeah. This guy from like the Void, he's totally into oversized catfish.
So like if Maokai and Nautilus up in top lane, like what does Maokai like become seaweed?
In what way?
I don't know.
In their
Let's
fight?
not go there.
I mean, Nautilus definitely will not hesitate to put Maokai into the deep end. That's for sure. But you know, will Nautilus accept Maokai's twisted advances? That's really the question here.
Certainly going to be a question, and I mean, if Mickey's not liking it, he might just put up a wall. So
Yeah, it's true. He might just,
it happen, you know,
totally get everyone out of
no
it.
matter how much Shy would want to take an Abyssal Voyage.
Abyssal Voyage, huh?
Well, Key actually stepping a little bit too far up, taking a little bit too much damage. And now, with these lanes, though, it's going to be interesting to see what Bless can do early on because, again, there's a lot of pressure on him to accelerate the early game. They need to make sure that this Talon gets ahead. Level 6, there needs to be a lot of chaos in bottom lane because ROX Tigers, they have the luxury of being able to turtle, stay defensive, and just stick the game out until 40 minutes. And at that point, it's going to be really difficult for BBQ to come up with a win.
Mickey getting tricky here in the mid lane. Pushes in 3 waves and goes for a pretty early recall. Will be already ahead 7 CS on Tempt in the mid lane. So, was expecting perhaps a gank right after that, and you could see that Elise was pathing that way, but actually just goes ahead and recalls instead. And actually, Mighty Bear's going to catch Bless going over the wall, so they know 100% about this. They're going for some kind of counter gank, perhaps, onto Bless. And there's the jump. He's actually just going to jump out of that ward and be able to flash away. Nice series there by Bless to just get out of harm's way.
That was actually a very clean escape by him, and that was really important that he just managed to do that. Otherwise, things could have gotten very ugly, and Mighty Bear would have had a pretty nice route for himself. Tempt, a little bit creative. Mickey a little bit slow on the trigger there. Losing out on that trade, and the lane is shoving into Tempt, and so when you consider that Mickey's not looking to recall anytime soon, and you know that Bless is just coming off base, it's important that Mighty Bear wraps around mid lane. He needs to stay close in proximity as it's a very real threat of Elise. See, Mickey doesn't have the best of wards on the left-hand side, so he has to respect the Fog of War, and Tempt can certainly keep him honest.
Yeah, definitely is, and maybe in a bit of reverse psychology, Bless is like, well, I know he's going to think that perhaps I'm coming, so I'm just going to farm my topside jungle. Bit of a trade here in mid. Trying to get that last hit. Tempt does. Once again, has the lane in a pretty decent spot, but is going to shove it here as Mickey goes for a recall.
Bless is actually going to run into Mighty Bear. They spot each other. So far in bottom lane, Ghost has actually gotten a relatively decent CS lead. about 7 ahead right now.
Yeah, currently has the highest CS in the game. I know it is pretty early, but things going to bode well for him, especially once him and Malzahar can hit level 6. First dragon of the game again is Cloud Drake, so not the luckiest Drake so far in this series.
For the ROX Tigers, their team composition is definitely going to be more turtle-oriented, although the Cloud Drake obviously would be nice for the Rengar in order to aid his teammates with his ultimate, but BBQ certainly would like to pick that up a lot more with that Talon pick and the Elise. Did almost no damage.
Yeah, no defensive items built yet on the Talon either. Just messed up the combo a little bit, perhaps. Key looking for some pretty deep wards. That's a pretty notorious teleport ward, and it is seen. So they're actually going to clear that out with a control ward. It's not being shown right now, but you can see it on the minimap. And ping's going down by ROX too to say, okay, there's a control ward there.
I'm trying to be super active on the map, create pressure, even if it's just via Fog of War. When he is missing, people have to respect that. So far, BBQ haven't really been able to do that much. It's only 7.5 minutes into the game, though. Bless coming up. They might look for a kill onto Shy.
Oh, he's extremely low. Needs to push in that wave first, though. They will be able to do exactly that. And it doesn't seem like the ROX Tigers have any idea about this. Right now, Mighty Bear's doing Raptors. Here we go. The Cocoon lands immediately. The damage coming out. The knockup, though, onto Bless. He will repel. And it doesn't look like that's enough damage onto Shy. He's actually going to try to lock up Bless here. Bless attacks and takes the damage. First blood goes over to Shy. Definitely a mistake there. And here comes Mighty Bear on the chase, looking for more. Not sure if he wants to dive that turret, though, but here comes Talia. And now it looks like they're going to go for it. The wall coming on over. Mickey getting the aggro, forced to flash away. Is it enough damage? Okay, the last auto attack will just barely do it. Mighty Bear survives with a sliver of health. And that's 2 kills now over to the ROX Tigers.
And what a huge turnaround just in the last minute alone. And the real problem with that dive was that they didn't go quick enough, and so Shy had his shield available again. They couldn't quite wrap him up. We're gonna probably see it one more time. So right here, Crazy should have just gone. He had about 4 turret shots worth of HP, and he has his flash available. So being way too greedy trying to conserve his summoners, and Shy able to outplay this. Bless doesn't actually realize that he just shouldn't have attacked Shy.
Yeah.
Could have just pressed S to stop everything and then just wait, but...
Your face said it all when you saw that happen. Just one of confusion, for sure. So Blue Buff handed off here. Looks like Blue Buff maybe handed off to Temps too. Nope, not yet.
So far, Temps has not really been able to do so much on this Talon. Totoro trying to come in here, get some vision control down.
Gets a nice ward in there at the Raptors. Looks like it was seen by Mighty Bear. Some assist pings down here towards that bottom brush where there is a control ward, but doesn't seem like they want to get anywhere close. Oh, hold that thought. Songyun being caught here. Huge burst damage. He does get eaten, but the dot will kill him inside of Tahm Kench.
Still went down because of that Malzahar dot.
Oh,
and that is a lot of pressure relief. Well, Tem taking a ton of damage.
Is he going to go for it? Oh, he's forced to flash away. Gets away with very, very low health. Now pushing into the bot lane. Trying to poke down here. Oh, the teleport coming on in. Shy coming from behind. Teleport follow-up there. And they are going to knock Totoro up. Mighty Bear now on the run. He's going to get a follow-up kill there, actually. Shy getting a little bit low, trying to escape here. Even with Mickey coming on down. Repel coming up. He will save Shy. There comes the wall. Okay, he's going to trap them in. Will Mickey follow up? Deadly Flourish does miss. Just trying to poke on in. There's the twisted advance, but the follow-up engage here. Maybe Crazy got a little bit too far. The flash forward, he does take him out. But here's Temp parkouring over the wall. He's taking on the world, though, and uh-oh. Oh, he does survive. Deadly Flourish just barely missing. The curtain call coming out here. Bless with no repel. Oh, there it is. Coming out. He will jump on, dodges that fourth shot, but Shy will clean up. Meanwhile, under the turret, Talia goes down. And what a crazy back and forth that fight was.
That was actually a pretty exciting extended fight, as Looney Toony as it might have looked. And wow, what a turn of events. No one actually able to really capture any objectives or anything off of that. Just a lot of fighting back and forth. We're finally gonna have some recalls and things are gonna reset, but that was a lot of investment across the board. Take another quick look at it again. So the On the Hunt came in. They want to go on to Totoro. Shy came in. They take Totoro down, but then when Crazy arrives with that twisted advance, they lock up Shy. Mickey comes down, but he's forced to back up right away. And then it looks like this fight was going to be over, but then Mickey said, no, not yet. Walls people in, not sure if he wanted this wall in, as then the fight is forced to continue. And you can see on the minimap, running down was Tempt. He was trying to make his way over here. He's going to parkour over the wall and go on to Sangyu. They almost managed to actually lock him up. He was able to barely escape, and there was that super sick juke right at the end there.
And still no dragon taken here. That Cloud Drake is not very enticing for either team, and obviously after a fight like that, it's kind of hard to jump onto it. It seems like BBQ right now have the much better vision control. Being on the red side, able to ward up that river a little bit easier.
Tempt is under massive amounts of pressure here in mid lane. He's gonna come over and try to get his blue buff. Mickey, though, warding to see what way he's taking.
Oh, Abyssal Voyage. Ghost, sorry, buddy. That's just way too much, as they do use a lot there. That's that combo that you see every so often now. Thrill of the Hunt into Abyssal Voyage. You jump straight out of the Tom Kench's mouth onto a target. Not much he can do to survive. Mickey forced to flash here. Doesn't want to eat that.
Totoro actually didn't even have ultimate available. So Mickey giving him a little bit too much credit to be able to lock him down. And now ROX Tigers backing up. Tempt is on top of a control ward. And Mickey is waiting right inside of the brush, and Tempt just denies his recall. Get a little bit more of a nuisance. Maokai looks very small, by the way. I just realized
I think it's
that.
the
Does he
skin.
look small to you? Yeah. Okay.
Because he has no leaves. He's just a tree of bark. And some lights. I forget what the name of that one is. Just playing around with the different Maokai skins.
And right now, ROX Tigers have about a 1,000 gold lead.
Well, Dragon is started here, and there's not really anyone around from the ROX Tigers able to come over to the Cloud Drake. And there you go. BBQ able to pick up the Cloud Drake. Not the, you know, Mountain or Infernal that they may have wanted to see, but not bad. Mountain Drake is up next. Oh, look at this teleport coming in. Shy, he wants blood. The flash forward, he is going heavy onto Ghost, who will be deadly flourished and taken out. So lots expended, but they do pick up the kill in the end.
I really like how active the ROX Tigers are being with this team composition. They're really making great usage of the Rengar ultimate. And the teleport coming in from Shy. They're going to pick themselves up the turret in bottom right here. That is the first blood turret of the game. And so far, it just feels like Tempt really can't do too much in this mid lane. Mickey able to wrap him up and also provide a lot of assistance everywhere else because of that superior wave clear and pressure that he keeps creating. He just completed a Zanya's Hourglass as well.
Good start. He can jump on in there, be safe. He's also running Cleanse, so if he gets locked up in a bad position, he can immediately cleanse Zanya's. If he doesn't have any other opportunity to escape, wait for his team to join up.
Now Key trying to get some vision control down. Riftchild's only going to be alive for a few more minutes. It would be a very nice pickup for either team. They could somehow secure it because Dragon's not on the field. Looks like there's an Abyssal Void that's going to come to top.
Get in his mouth. Here we go. Sangyun is the only one that joins up. Funnily enough, they need to get the lockdown. There's the Deadly Flourish. Mickey, by the way, in the meantime, looks like he might meet a similar fate. The knock up here onto Crazy. Down he goes, and Mickey gets away.
Totoro didn't have his ultimate available, so ROX Tigers going to find themselves picking up a turret and a kill, and BBQ is coming up short. Looks like Tempt was trying to get that mid turret, not going to be able to, and forced to run away. So now we're going to enter into the stage of the game where ROX is going to have a pretty big advantage. They're a team that wasn't supposed to have a gold lead coming into this stage, and yet they do. They have the better scaling. They have the luxury of being able to sit back, and so now it's going to be even more difficult for BBQ to come up with split push tactics and make use of guerrilla warfare to recover in this game. And Quicksilver Sash going to shut that down.
A quick Silver Sash usage by Key. Saw it coming. Okay, the flash on a Mickey immediately gets eaten. And this is what happens when you don't ban Tom Kens, who also has a QSS.
Would have been a lot better to ban Tom instead of Lulu in the draft phase. A little bit of an error there. Lulu's ultimate, yes, it is obnoxious, but when you have this kind of damage that your team composition can offer, an ultimate alone won't save a teammate. At least not every time. So it's very difficult for BBQ to make pickoffs when every member has a free QSS inside of that Tahm Kench, and you can't even lock down Tom because he already has a QSS.
Yeah. And the Devour, it's not an ultimate ability. You don't need to rely on a wild growth out of Lulu. Okay, here we go. Mickey coming on in, riding that wall, and knocks it down, actually. So just trying to get onto this turret, it seems, not overcommitting. See the response, some decent wave clear out of BBQ, but it doesn't look like it's quite enough. So they will take the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane.
Tempt gonna try to respond and pick up top tier 1, and this is really opening up the map, which will play into their Cloud Drake. Next dragon of the game spawning in about a minute and a half. It is a Mountain Drake. Both teams are obviously going to want to set their sights on that. BBQ going to pick up the mid-tier 1 turret as well, and so at the end of the day, the gold gap is only still going to be 1.5k, and that's mostly in part thanks to the CS, keeping it a little bit close for some of the members. Songyun this time around going for the old school, well not old school, but the lethality build, not the Infinity Edge after the Yumus. And all that ROX needs to do right now is just keep some vision around the Baron, make sure that they have no wards inside of their red side jungle for a flank teleport from Crazy, pick up the Mountain Drake, and just keep letting the game go slowly. And BBQ, on the other hand, they need to do something with that Talon. They need to find an opening, a pick on someone that isn't in close proximity to Tahm Kench.
Not the easiest thing to do. We've seen Key's Tahm Kench before, it's quite good. already showcasing it here in game number 2. Just continuously pushing back and forth the waves. Not too much action here. And, well, we got 5 seconds left until this Mountain Drake spawns. So we should see some action down there, although BBQ is not in position just yet to go for it.
BBQ might even have to concede it. Now, one of the things that they do have the luxury of is they have the red side Varus, which can certainly help in stalling out the Baron. It has been nerfed ever so slightly.
So there you go, Baron, or rather not Baron, the Mountain Drake picked up here for the ROX Tigers. Next one will be an Ocean Drake. We'll see what they use this for. The wall coming down looks like they really want to secure this mid-tier 1. Love the utility, the Weaver's Wall.
And now BBQ, with not many options available to them, with Baron only being the remaining neutral objective on the map currently, they're going to be forced to try to find a team fight. And all that ROX really need to do again is just dance and refuse to fight, as their gold is more efficient. BBQ gets 100 gold and ROX gets 100 gold. It's more valuable for ROX just because of the team dynamics. And as long as they recognize that, they should be content to just ride this game out for another 10-15 minutes.
Interesting spot here from BBQ. Will be spotted by Mighty Bear on the Rengar. So trying to set up something sneaky, perhaps up towards that massive top wave. But ROX does avoid it for now. Shy is pretty far down that bottom wave, that bottom lane. Pushing this one in, does have his TP, as does Crazy.
Both teams actually being extremely passive. In BBQ last game, we did see that despite what the composition was intended to do, they didn't entirely follow through with it, and then wondering if they're actually going to try to take a straight up team fight rather than try to make use of vision control and then flanks and picks.
The last time we saw Mickey on the Talia, he was on the red side, and he was really using those Weaver's walls when his team was ahead to just zone out the enemy team from getting into the Baron pit. It's not going to be as easy to do that on the blue side. Funnily enough, actually, the ROX Tigers banned Talia in the second banning phase when they were on the red side.
Well, here we are now at almost 25 minutes into the game, and you can see that both teams are posturing, but ROX Tigers, they pull the trigger. Yeah, we've seen them do this before.
I mean, Temp's already in here. The others, though, are zoned out. Temp's alone, and down goes the wall, but they just don't have enough DPS. ROX immediately backs off. So not quite as effective, and they're not as far ahead as they were, I believe, as when they got Talia in the series before.
Yeah, Mickey is not as fed as he was, and it's also a lot more difficult to use that Weaver's Wall technique on blue side than it is on red.
Oh, Pistol Void's coming on in. Looking for Bless, immediately getting that exhaust. Does repel upwards, Shy trying to get on top of him. There's the death charge. Not enough DPS though, and they're gonna turn this around. Like a Tempt in the back line, trying to get onto Songyun. Can he take him out? Will parkour over the wall, and just barely with that ignite will get the kill, and now Key in a bit of trouble. Tempt. Looks like Crazy will follow up, and meantime on the left side, Shy was all alone fighting against 3 members. A huge team fight win here for BBQ, able to take out 4 members of the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, they just managed to pick and pry at the Tigers, who it looked like the team fight was going to go maybe favorably, but then Bless was able to get up into that rappel, and then the damage that came out from Songyun wasn't quite enough on him anyway, and then the team fight just got turned around by BBQ, and from that point, it was slim pickings and Temp just went off. Gonna get themselves the Baron here, and with that, also the gold lead. Look at Temp in mid lane getting a ton of damage onto that mid-tier 2 turret. We'll see it one more time. Abyssal Voyage came in, cast the exhaust down onto Bless. He stayed up in that rappel. Crazy came back around, and despite not having a lot of mana, he's just so tanky. And look at Tempt in the backline, and this is the problem. Tahm Kench can't be two places at once. And so because of this, they're just too scattered inside of the team fight, and there's no one to protect Mickey, and it's too difficult for them to kite through this. And BBQ ended up taking that down, and they got the Baron. Now the question is going to be, what can they do with it?
I really love the angle that Temps took in that fight. He's like, okay, you guys want to go straight down mid? There are so many walls that I could parkour here, get onto your back line, and I mean, Songyun was all alone. Like you said, he can't clone himself. If he could, that would be pretty OP. So BBQ, very nice engage. Counter engage, I guess you can call it. Here comes the push into bot lane. They're all grouped up into the jungle. ROX smart enough not to just go face checking, as another team did a little bit earlier on today. Gonna take the red buff.
And now take the red, put it on to Ghost. They need to do something with the Baron, and this is the same problem they experienced in game number 1, is they get the Baron, but they don't know how to manipulate the lanes and make use of it so that it pressures their opponent. You saw a ping go down onto Ocean Drake. I hope that's not serious.
Don't even acknowledge that, man. Don't even ping it.
Don't even look at it.
Just pretend it's not there. Right now, your only objective should be these turrets and inhibitors.
We're gonna need them to not see the color green or teal. Just blend in with the river. Pretend that's not there.
Doesn't look like anything to me, that's for sure. I wasn't programmed to see that. So they actually do throw Tempt up into the top lane. Crazy is bot, so they're doing somewhat of a 1-3-1, I guess you can call it. Here comes that push into mid. But the wall is going to zone them out, but they have an easy escape to the right. Oh, the Vola's going to catch Ghost, and a huge knock up there from Mickey. Can they get enough damage, though? Big redemption to heal a bunch of them. Very low members on BBQ. Only one goes down, and that's Malzahar. That's the second one. Ghost going to eat it, but Mickey on the back end. Bless now on the run. Songyun trying to get him. Does not have his flash. It's very, very close. Maybe like 10 seconds, which is barely not enough. Attempts. Looks like he wants more, actually. Trying to get onto Mighty Bear. Will he win the trade? He will just barely win that one. Nicely done. Keeps his Baron buff, and there's a big wave down there in bot lane.
Yeah. Gigantic wave. Songyun, unfortunately, didn't have his flash for him to pick up that final kill onto Bless, but what a hectic team fight. Mickey was able to salvage that kill onto Ghost, though. It really did look like he was going to live for a second in that team fight, but credit to the ROX Tigers. They found themselves arguably a victory in front of that mid turret. They ended up losing Mighty Bear shortly after, but still they weathered the storm yet again, just like in game number 1, and they're keeping themselves in this. And again, this time around, they have the better team composition.
Gotta hand it to Tempt, though. He's doing quite well on this Talon, making it look like the ban-worthy champion that a lot of teams believe it to be. So they're just gonna take this Ocean Drake because they can. They've lost their Baron buff. They don't really have much else to do, so they can take that down. The next one will be, of course, Elder Drake.
And then Baron will be coming up again in a few minutes. So it's just going to be a battle of lane manipulation for both of these teams now. They're just going to need to make sure that they let the waves keep coming into them. If you're the ROX Tigers, keep farming that gold, getting your items, get the Guardian Angel up on Mighty Bear, get a Guardian Angel on Shy. And then for BBQ, obviously, they just want all 3 lanes pulsating into their opponents so that when Baron does come up, they have a little bit more options available to them in order to try to skew their opponents and capture that.
ROX just turtling for now, not getting outside of that tiny triangle on the bottom left side of the map. Just trying to defend turrets as much as they can. Mickey hanging around, but he's right on top of a ward, and you can see that BBQ backs off. Meanwhile, Attempt is looking to... okay. I was wondering if he was actually going to try to kill Shy there with the help of Crazy underneath turret. Wouldn't have been the easiest thing in the world to pull off.
Didn't know he was on top of a ward. ROX have a lot of defensive turrets right now, giving them intel on how Tempt is going to try to move throughout the map, and BBQ actually positioning everyone correctly. They're having Tempt stay in mid lane, Crazy in bottom, 3 up in top. Baron going to be on the map again in a little bit over a minute. Everyone just keeps farming up. We reached the stage of the game where things are starting to get almost, or well, we should expect that things should begin to get one-sided in favor of the ROX Tigers. But if BBQ can find a crack in their armor, it's not like they can't still just decisively win a team fight, but it's going to be very difficult to get through that double QSS that Tahm Kench offers and the Locket. Both of the members for ROX, Mighty Bear and Shy, almost have the Guardian Angel as well. If they can stall just a little bit longer and prevent the Baron from being taken with that Jhin curtain call,
Yeah.
get the Guardian Angel up on both of those members, the team fights are going to be a lot different.
Yeah, we're definitely getting to the climax of this game where it's like, okay, can the ROX Tigers hold on, but at the same time, Baron is spawning in 10 seconds. So how does ROX Tigers handle this? Can BBQ squeak out another team fight in their favor? It's a big question. You can see they're clearing out all the vision now. The ROX Tigers struggling to get on in there. You can see the top wave is pushing for the ROX Tigers, it looks like. Here we go, the wall coming on out, trying to separate some members, it looks like. Or maybe just keep them there as they go for mid-tier 2. Kind of interesting what ROX is doing here. You can see Shy is hanging back on the left side on a ward, perhaps looking for a pick. But because of that ward, they can't find anything. But at least they do push BBQ back.
Don't know exactly what that wall was intended for. I think Mickey didn't get the memo. His name's Mickey, not Moses. So, tried to split them up, but didn't quite work. Now they're not going to have the Weaver's Wall available to them, at least not for a little while, although that cooldown is quite quick.
So still not that much vision in there. You can see the scrying ward was used. Uh-oh, Sky gets caught here, but able to gobble him up. They're going to return to the fight, actually knocking Crazy up. Tempt is going in, 1v5, super deep. Will he go down? The knockback by Mickey. He parkours the wall, but Mighty Bear able to pick up the kill. Now Totoro in the front. It looks like he's dead meat. Here comes the curtain call. Bless in the front, trying to lock down some of these members. He repels. Trying to get onto Songyun, will actually flash in the face of this. Abyssal Voyage coming through. There's no way he was getting out of that one. And ROX Tigers able to take out 3 members of BBQ and heading towards the Baron themselves.
Yeah, they should be able to pick up the Baron for sure right here. And those are the team fights I was just talking about a few minutes ago, where it is inconceivable to imagine that BBQ can win a straight up team fight against this team composition at this stage of the game. And yet they were attempting it. Ghost was going to try to be a hero with that arrow, but not quite. Elder Dragon, though, coming up in a minute, so BBQ will have one more shot at winning this. But you can see how difficult it is for them to win the team fights. We'll take a quick look here. So they try to lock down Shy. Crazy goes in, forgets that Tahm Kench exists. Tahm Kench picks up Shy, repositions him in the team fight. Tempt goes in. He doesn't quite have the damage. He doesn't realize that he can't engage quite like this. Not when all of them are in such close proximity to the main carries, Mickey and Songyun. And then at this point, Totoro tries to live, but not quite. Bless got locked up by the dredge line, went into repel to stall as long as possible. ends up landing behind the team and then just trying to stall as long as possible and dissuade them from going to the Baron, wasting their time, but couldn't quite do that.
Ooh, Shy trying to get another big play onto Ghost. This time doesn't quite work out, but he does get the flash. Uh-oh, Bless. All by himself here against Key, Mickey, and Mighty Bear will bite the dust. So nice pick by the ROX Tigers with Baron, looking towards that mid-tier 2.
Double Guardian Angel on Shy and Mighty Bear is extremely scary because the amount of HP that both of those champions wake up with is quite obnoxious as well, and it puts a ton of pressure on Ghost. Weaver's Wall being used by Mickey.
Yeah, you're not getting through that. It's meant to keep out the likes of you on the red team.
I want you to explain to me how the wall goes through the inhibitor, Brendan.
Because it's by the blue team, obviously, the best team. Yeah, so yeah, they can do whatever they want. They have the best materials, best people that make the best walls. It's as simple as that.
All right. Well, blue team is also going to pick themselves up the Elder Drake. They're going to recall off it, though, so some of the duration is going to go away. And now BBQ just trying to get more farm onto Ghost. He's really the only hope that they have at this point. He does have that attack speed Varus, so it's not quite the same as the caster lethality Varus. Tempt, though, is virtually useless at this point in the game, though. Barring some miracle opening like he was able to find earlier on when they rode it into a Baron. Oddly, Banner of Command is out just to aid with the pushing. A little bit surprising that it's not just a redemption.
That's a big Tommy Kench. Was he always that big, or is that just
he has the elixir of iron.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
a growing boy.
What?
Wow.
That's a gigantic frog. Okay, Shy going on in. Gets the depth charge onto Ghost. He's doing no DPS in the back. Finally gets a bunch of DPS onto Shy, locks him up. But it doesn't look like they have enough here to get on top of ROX. Locking up less. Looks like he may just survive. Crazy, though, will not. And that will be another inhibitor. Tempt gets knocked up, too. Mickey able to take that down. And this might just be the end of the game as ROX Tigers pushing on in. Can Blessed Totoro and Ghost pull off the Miracle Hold against the Elder Dragon? It doesn't look like it. Gonna lock up Blessed one last time. The flash forward. Looking for more kills for their KDA. Can they actually get it? Trying to fight back. It's not going to be enough. There is going to go down the Nexus, and the ROX Tigers will even it up 1-1.
And that's going to be the Nexus falling. BBQ drops set number 2. We are going to set 3 now. And both of these teams, in a lot of ways, they seem very even, and the drafts are the things that eventually are unfolding in a way. And so we're really going to have to pay attention to game number 3 and see what approach both of these teams are going to take, because it is glaringly obvious right now that the drafts dictate a lot of what's going to happen in these games. BBQ yet again showed an inability to understand how to properly use the Baron, and they literally just funnel an ARAM up mid. Does not make any sense why they don't fix the lanes with it and create multi-pressure across the map. So ROX Tigers were able to weather the storm and stick it out and eventually hit that point where you just saw that they were an immovable object.
Yeah, especially after they won that team fight, got Baron and the double Guardian Angel. That was pretty much the end of that one. So guys, we're gonna go to the analyst's desk in 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome everybody to the analyst desk. Once again, BBQ able to, actually no, ROX Tigers able to tie it up in game 2 to 1-1.
And Mickey bringing out the Talia again. It's really nice to see a player have that kind of streak with a specific champion because it really looks like he's in form with that Talia at the moment.
Yeah, looking quite good on that. You guys can see the result. It was quite close down to the end. In fact, maybe before that final push, the ROX Tigers were behind on kills. It was very close. Most damage in the game going to Mickey on Talia.
On the other side, Temps Talon was actually doing pretty well, actually fantastically well, until he wasn't, you know.
Until, yeah.
Until he just, you know, didn't do much. I think it was
snowball
about
hard
403, again, until that moment where they lost that one team fight, and after that he was somewhat absent from the rest of the game, but really good assassin play, at least leading up to there, so I'm really excited to see the set 3 and see if these mid laners have, you know, more to show us, basically. And Kanata talking about the support matchup here. Malzahar making an appearance for the first time in a while, but Key doing a good job on that Tom Kench, keeping the Malzahar in check. So let's take a look at some of the highlights from set 2. Starting it off, Shy's teleport down to the bottom lane. And this should be a really long replay, right? Totoro going down, but then we should be seeing Mickey coming in and, well, I guess he wanted more fun as he puts down the wall, which somewhat self-destructive, I almost feel, because once you have that wall down, you gotta do something. The pressure's on.
Yeah. They do turn it around. Eventually, the flash out of Songyin picks up Mickey. And Key does pay for it.
And I believe there was a flash out of Ghost as well. That's right there, picking up Mickey himself. So a really chaotic ordeal down in the bottom lane. But then after that, Ghost did drop a couple of times to some well-placed Abyssal Voyages. And that Tom Kench doing wonders for this ROX Tigers team. Crazy also looking like he forgot that Tom Kench was right there, which, you know, you see this every once in a while from the best players. You see the angle, you see the distance, and you figure, oh, I could get him. But remember, there's that Tom Kench, and that really changes how certain champions play. I could definitely feel that pain there. What I really want to see is some of Mickey's Weaver's walls. Looks like they didn't make it into a highlight reel, but I just wanted to say, really impressive how assertive he is with that. He just puts it down whenever he wants to.
Well, let's find out who the MVP is from game 2, this time for the ROX Tigers. It's going to be Key.
Some fans are most certainly happy, and I think they should, because it looks like it's his only second MVP. Key players making key plays.
I wish he got MVP more often.
Yeah,
we could
he
make
definitely,
that.
Definitely deserves it.
That pun more often.
Thank you.
And yeah, I mean, if it wasn't going to be him, probably Mickey. You know, Mickey just laid down a ton of damage. He didn't have any super flashy plays. I feel like Key was really the setup guy. So it makes sense that he was the MVP in this game.
That's right. Mighty Bear with a pretty decent Rengar performance as well. Just wanted to shout him out there because he's this new addition to this ROX Tigers lineup that seems to be working out so far. Do remember Linderong and Sunghwan still on the roster, but this is the lineup they're finding success with in recent games. So for some final points, BBQ Olivers really needs this win to at least change the atmosphere of their season, but in a couple of minutes, we'll be right back with BBQ Olivers and the ROX Tigers Game 3.
Welcome back to LCK, everybody. We have a tie series between BBQ and the ROX Tigers, 1-1. ROX Tigers able to even it up in that last one on blue side. We'll see how it goes going into game 3.
Yep, and I mean, the drafts are so crucial to this series. We just saw it in both of the games where eventually the game hit a point where very obvious things about the team compositions came to fruition, and it just enabled one team to just plow through the opponent. And so coming into game number 3 here, we'll see how both of the teams can adapt their drafts, and if they have anything in store for set 3 that would maybe be a super curveball in terms of some champion pick or whatnot. And we're about to jump into pick ban here. We'll see if Mickey pulls out one of his assassins, because we just saw that the assassin for Temp did not really do too well for him in the previous game.
Yeah. Not sure that I want to see it, but perhaps for Mickey it'll be different. BBQ on blue side once again, starting off with Lulu.
The Lulu ban, again, we talked about this last game. When they drafted the team composition that they did, it should have not been a Lulu, it should have been a Tom Kench being banned away, because that was really the, I feel like, the turning champion in a way that really just decided so many team fights for the ROX Tigers. ROX now banning away Rumble. BBQ responds with the Shen, not giving that over to Shy. And Camille now banned away.
Jin.
Jin being highlighted. Potentially taken away from Songyun. And I'm not entirely sure if target bans like Jin and Varus, etc. are that worthwhile anymore, especially not with the rise of Ezreal. the potential for Lucian. And I've heard murmurs of Kalista potentially being pickable in certain team compositions. Although, don't know, or I don't expect to see her anytime soon.
So no Varus this time around. And that means that they give over the Graves to Bless. Camera's on him. He doesn't look super confident or happy. Like, nothing that I can really read from him with that Graves. He just doesn't look all so happy with the pick.
Yep. But every jungler in Korea can certainly play the Graves. He's definitely not going to be a stranger to it. And so now ROX might want to just respond with AD carry jungler and play it safe. They're highlighting the Elise right now. Rengar was open as well. So they're instead choosing to give Mighty Bear a more aggressive, favorable matchup.
Okay, well, no Rumble. That was the first ban for ROX, so they pick up they pick up Nautilus. They also picked up Mighty Bear for their team.
And so now BBQ handed back over the pick choice, and it's hard to see them wanting to give away a lot of information at this point. There's definitely no need for it. The Graves is extremely flexible into multiple different styles of team compositions. And there's the Ezreal being highlighted, and they could just go Ezreal Karma. That would be the safest route before progressing forward into the bans. Perhaps Ghost is a little bit nervous. He seems to be biting all the skin off his fingertips.
Now off his lips. He's just going at it, man.
He's going at it. He's biting. Yeah, and there is the Karma Hover. We'll see if they do choose to lock that in. Never mind, they swap last second to the Maokai.
Okay, that is locked in.
So now Karma's available, and I think that what they're potentially thinking is they'll give ROX Tigers perhaps the Karma, or they want to wait to see if ROX picks Malzahar, and then they can later respond accordingly with it, because now Tahm Kench is on the table again, and now if ROX locks in that Malzahar, they have Malz, they have Elise, they have Nautilus. Now this opens up for BBQ to actually take the Tahm Kench.
If ROX lets it get through, which is the big question, will ROX recognize BBQ's mistake in Game 2 draft? They're going to start with the Zyra ban, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't ban Tahm Kench 5th.
So they're banning away Zyra, and now BBQ might want to just target 80 carries here, so they can give Ezreal a proper matchup. Varus and Jhin already banned away. You can really force Songyun onto whatever it is that you want him to play.
Lucian?
Maybe. They're going to need a heavy-hitting physical damage carry, either in mid or in that 80 carry role, that marksman role. Jace is still on the table, and we know that it's a champion that Mickey can play. But ROX might be victim of putting Mickey on another mage, and that would just be horrific because we saw what that meant in an earlier game where they had too much magic damage. And there's the Tahm Kench being banned away.
They're going into Maokai too, so I don't want to see it. I do not want to see it. I think you might be right about that, Jace. And you can see the Zed ban being hovered here by BBQ. Know that potentially ROX is looking towards an AD mid here.
Now this probably means that Caitlyn will come out. Speak of the devil. There she is. So Caitlyn comes out, possibly. They have not yet locked it in, but again, they need something from that marksman role. And BBQ basically forced them into it. The only other choices here would be the Lucian, or honestly, with how it's currently set up, it could have been a spot for Kalista. This is a very thin spot for Kalista. Obviously, the Maokai can get on top of her with the Twisted Advance.
What about Sivir?
No, listen, stop.
No?
Stop. Brendan.
You get some good engage
Brendan,
there.
we're in Korea. This isn't Europe.
It's happened before.
Brendan,
I've seen it with my own eyes.
get off the desk. So now BBQ handed back over. They're going to be able to get their karma. Pick that up for themselves. And now what is their last pick going to be? They have a lot of options that they could go with, and they're highlighting Syndra.
And that's locked. So. LS is very happy with this pick.
Well, I feel like this is a spot where Jace would have been fantastic, because he would have been extremely good against a lot of the options that are remaining. He can itemize extremely well, and I mean, we saw that they can definitely play Jace. Yes, that would have been a lot of physical damage, but outside of Nautilus, no one else is going to be able to itemize properly to defend against that assault.
What do you think about the Echo last pick here? I mean, Caitlyn definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with late in the game in terms of 80 damage, but that's another kind of AP champion that you got in the mid lane. It's not like a, it's not like a Syndra, and it will do well against the Syndra, speaking of which. They're also going to throw teleport onto that Echo.
So they're opening up the gear for them to go into 1-3-1 later on. Maokai, not the best actually. It's stopping the Echo split push. Depending on how far ahead the Echo is or how far ahead he can get. It's not the worst, but it's not like he should ever really be able to kill Echo in that side split push. And so we'll take one last look at the team compositions before jumping into game number 3. Maokai, Graves, Syndra, Ezreal, and Karma for BBQ. And for the ROX Tigers, Nautilus, Elise, Echo, Caitlyn, and Malzahar.
Looking forward to seeing Mickey on something like Echo. Can he do damage early on? How will Songyun be on that Caitlyn later on as well? Guys, we're going to jump into the last game of the day, Game 3 between the BBQ Olivers and the ROX Tigers.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
There's a traitor in the the crowd for BBQ as he roots for the ROX Tigers and stands up while doing so.
Yeah, a couple of traders.
미니언 생성까지
Just a group of them.
30초 남았습니다.
You got to weed them out. Maokai versus Nautilus in top lane. We see this like half the games, I swear. It's Maokai, Nautilus. Over and over. These big frontline tanks.
Don't worry, Brendan. Reddit told me that Maokai was dead after the changes to his mana.
That's true.
Yep.
He just
This
can't
is just
lane
an
anymore,
illusion.
you know?
Yeah, he just
It's
can't.
just he's totally broken now.
Ghost
bad
actually,
sense.
by the way, picking that, what's his name from Sailor Moon? Tuxedo Mask.
Oh yeah, of course. How could I have forgotten?
Tuxedo Mask skin. That's the best chroma on that Debonair Ezreal.
He's looking very slick. Let's see if it helps him out in the game. You know what they say, look good, play good. Well, it's look good, feel good, play good.
We'll see how all the laning phases go. Mickey has a nice matchup here in mid. See what Mighty Bear does for it. Now Bless, if you look at all of the lanes, he should be the one to go into power farming mode. He can find some potential to try to kill Shy, maybe at level 5 or so in top lane before the top laners would look for a teleport back into their lane. But the pressure is going to be on Mighty Bear to alleviate pressure in mid lane and make sure that Mickey doesn't get gutted early on.
You can see already Tempt trying to poke him down as much as possible early on, while he can. As Real Karma, ever pushing, ever bullying. Tempt running a little bit low on mana. He's really trying to dish out that harass.
Lots of poke coming out for him, and it's interesting to note that Mickey doesn't have a corrupting potion start, so he's already out of biscuits or potions, and it looked like Tempt was actually going to recall. Should have been a little bit surprising.
Be waiting for the shields coming on up. Oh, looks like he missed a couple of CS there. Down in bottom lane, it looks like Ghost and Totoro still in the slight lead. They have that wave pushing into them. Israel should get that farm. Bless trying to come on in here, fight up against Mighty Bear on that Elise. Oh boy, Mickey eating a lot of damage. That last auto attack is pretty close, but not enough, and it will force him back. And this wave is pushing into Tempt. Looks like he'll just let it sit there.
Picks himself up another Doran's ring in a refillable. He teleports back to the lane. Tempt doesn't have too much mana remaining, so he's gonna need a relief from Bless. We might see Bless go to Krugs and then to mid lane and open up a recall for Tempt so that they're not wasting an entire wave.
Yeah, for sure. And Mickey ate a little bit of damage there. A couple of turret shots, and well, you were talking about Bless heading towards mid. Mighty Bear coming on over here, misses his cocoon. Both of these junglers gonna throw down.
Well, the entire wave just went to waste.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to look at it and ask ourselves why. Because it's not like it's a small amount of gold or it's a negligible amount of experience. It's very easy for Bless to have just pathed there and picked it up. But he opted not to. He picks himself up the Raptor camp. He does have an experience lead over Mighty Bear. And again, he's not under an obligation to make anything happen. He can just keep power farming the jungle, eating up camps, wait until lanes are level 6 or so, and then look to make sparks fly.
Well, he's coming down towards here. It looks like the Tigers have done a better job of warding up the river so far. Bless looking to help out there. Thought Mighty Bear may have seen that ward go down, but is not going to clear it out with the scrying plant. So far, very even at 6 minutes into the game. Some things going down. Mickey actually gonna jump the wall. This is that time winder, allows Tempt to, well, actually eats the stun. He's like, here you go. But Mickey not really able to get anything on the back of that. Trying to zone him out from using that time winder as much as possible. But you can see Mighty Bear comes up, helps push Tempt back so he can throw that out. Pushes the wave. He's actually still on the chase. Mickey being forced to run far away to recall.
Looks like Ghost and Totoro trying to perhaps deny the recall of Songyun and Ki. Unable to do so. A ping goes down onto the wave, maybe showing intent to push out. Question mark ping actually appears in the right-hand side jungle. Songyun stays, so right now there's not a lot of action that's unfolding. Talked about earlier on how that's normally going to be favorable for BBQ. Ghost going really aggressive.
It's pretty close too. Songyun getting extremely low. Still has, I think that's just one more potion. I can't quite tell. But enough to stick around. Ghost is going to be the one forced to recall here.
Bless now picking up his red buff, maybe look to see if he can do something after that, as both bottom lanes are going to be coming off of a recall, but BBQ are going to be the ones that should have control over the lane, and they can choose what they want to do with it. Totoro, though, getting the worst end of that trade significantly, losing about 70% of his HP.
Yeah, he was really trying to keep that wave outside of the turret range, but what he didn't know was that there was a ward in the brush, which kept the aggro. Hold that thought. Mickey going on in, trying to get on to Tempt. There comes the unleashed power. Mickey, will he go on in more? Nope. Just going to back off into lane, trading ultimate for ultimate.
Mighty Bear trying to come in here and disrupt. And it looks like Bless got all of that. Infernal Drake is the first dragon of the game, by the way, and so as we approach the 10-11 minute mark, it's very important that, well, they saw Elise rappel up.
Yeah. There's not many directions she can go. So I guess they just weren't paying attention. And this means that Mighty Bear may just be able to solo this Infernal Drake alone. I guess that's what solo means. So, be able to take this one out. And one last one. And the smite, and there's the Infernal Drake.
I mean, it's almost
over to ROX
comical
Tigers.
that they had the Scuttle Crab, they had the ward, they saw that Mighty Bear went in and didn't come out. So, unless you assume that he's going to recall, I can't fathom why they wouldn't prevent the Infernal Drake. Don't know really what to say about that, but
Just weren't paying
nice
attention,
pickup.
I guess.
Yeah, nice pickup for the ROX Tigers. They're certainly going to like that Infernal Drake, and the next one of the game is yet another Infernal Drake.
Oh, nice. See the sparks fly in this one. Blue going to be handed over to Mickey, who you can see they're like kind of grouping up near that Infernal Drake. They should know that it was taken. But actually it's just Key and Mighty Bear going together as Key has hit 6. They're looking for a pick. Maybe they'll go mid. Now Temptus have both summoners, but there's the flash out of Key. He's not fast enough. The Cocoon follow-up, and that's going to be first blood over to Mighty Bear.
Nice roam from Key. Able to use that Nether Grasp and pick up the kill for his team. Looks like they really want to get mid-tier 1, but not quite.
Yeah, they're pushing on in, but actually Key is going to back off. But there you go. Will be enough, even with the two-shot barrage. First blood turret over the Tigers will be split between Mickey and Mighty Bear.
Damage coming out from Key, absolutely fantastic by him. The amount of poke and damage he's been able to dish out on this Malzahar has been great so far in this game. We're at 11 minutes, and the ROX Tigers have a little bit over a 1,000 gold lead, but they have the Infernal Drakes as well, or the Infernal Drake.
Could be Infernal Drakes. We'll see.
Reading a little bit too far ahead on the script.
Yeah, so sometimes that gets you. I understand.
Protobelt completed for Mickey. Does mean that his assassination attempts are significantly enhanced and his gap closed, and so this is the point in the game where, because the mid-tier 1 turret is opened up, Mickey can wave clear in. Tempt has to be more cautious, and BBQ needs to devote more ward coverage around mid so that they can properly contain Mickey, who has that teleport as well. And they can start making plays like this, because it's very difficult for BBQ to properly read this.
Gonna wait for the depth charge to hit. There is the Nether Grasp into the Cocoon, and you're not getting away from that much CC. So, nice roaming so far. out of the ROX Tigers by Mighty Bear and Key. But Sangyun, he doesn't have Key around. He's going to force the teleport to come out of Mickey. Another turret goes towards the ROX Tigers. That will be the top tier 1.
Mickey comes down into bottom to just protect it. And so far, his teammates have been doing an excellent job across the map. Sangyun rotates into mid to hold off the siege from Tempt, who's not really yet in a position to even offer any sort of a siege. He doesn't even have his first core item completed yet. Doesn't have blue available. It is coming up shortly. But right now, the ROX Tigers are in a fantastic position in this game. Dragon's going to be coming up in 2 minutes. Mickey doesn't quite have his turret shredding abilities yet. He doesn't have that sheen or anything.
Coming soon. Crazy waiting for Shy. That won't be the most interesting lane in the game right now. Shy might just hang up there with his teleport, waiting, defending that turret. And yeah, after those 2 turrets went down, not much else. You can see that there's a lot of pings onto that tier 1 bottom turret. So maybe that will be the next objective that ROX is looking towards. But they just got that Nether Grasp up again. And you can see that Key and Mighty Bear are grouping up again. So hunting through the jungle. That's really the name of the composition right here in the mid game. Looking for picks. And BBQ should be very, very careful.
Well, right now, as long as they don't get picked off, they should be in a pretty good spot to look for that team fight around the Dragon in about 30 seconds, as Tempt's gonna have his blue buff. Top lane not in the worst of spots.
There's the pick squad going bot. But True Shot Barrage really gonna help out with that, but the next wave will come in. And that will be the 3rd turret going down. Now 3-0. The only unfortunate thing is that they can't use that gold for this next fight because they can't recall. But here we go. Let's see how BBQ wants to fight into this dragon. I don't think they can give another Infernal Drake away.
Definitely don't want to. Crazy is here, as is Shy. Problem is the angle of approach that BBQ is taking is just like that mistake in a previous game where they can get zoned out and then ROX can say see you later and go mid, provided they have a minion wave. This is such a difficult angle of approach.
We're going to have to see Bless maybe be the hero jumping on in, and no, it is going to go over to Mighty Bear and the ROX Tigers, locking up Tempt here. Out comes the Unleashed Power, actually does get Caitlyn on the back. That's the only kill that they will find. Going 2 for 1, but the Tigers do pick up that Infernal Drake.
Credit to ROX for getting BBQ to angle themselves in that way leading up to that fight. It was the perfect area for Caitlyn to be the most effective. Sangyun did go down to Tempt Syndra, but they did pick up the 1 for 1 and the Infernal Drake, so I mean they come out massively ahead.
Yeah. That Cinder can be so silly sometimes. It's like you're losing the fight massively, but you just like point clicks your ADC and it's like, well, I guess you get a kill.
So here, Crazy went in, Bless went in, Bless tried to go out, Bless dies. That's pretty much the story of that.
Even
Tempt,
with the exhaust.
Yeah, he wasn't able to do that much other than delete Sangyun, but I mean the fight still went in ROX's favor. Next dragon of the game, an Ocean Drake, so gonna be a little bit of a pause. So it's not like a Mountain Drake or another Infernal Drake coming.
I was looking forward to more action. But Ocean Drake, not as cool as Ocean Man, as I mentioned before. Oh, they're going for the Rift Herald here. There's no vision for BBQ up here. They maybe can assume if they're paying a lot of attention to the fact that Mighty Bear hasn't shown himself for a while, but other than that, they should have no idea this is going on.
Mighty Bear able to solo this, most likely. Back into spider form. He has the spiderlings to help him out. And Mickey actually the one to slay it. He's gonna pick that up, and that's great for him in the split push. That's gonna be an almost 18-minute Rift Herald, so he should have that for the entire game. This is not Jin Air that they're going up against, so 40 minutes is quite a long time.
You can see that wall of Caitlyn traps is still pretty obnoxious. But Ghost is going to safely farm behind it, trying to be the big farm leader on his team. Competing with Mickey for the most CS in this. Oh, hold that thought. He's going on to Tamt. Not quite able to land all the damage. Not enough to burst him in one combo.
Be a little bit careful. He has his teleport available, so he's free to go wherever he wants, although it does look like Mickey is actually staying around. Still has his ultimate even.
Let's see how far he wants to go. They may have assumed that he went back. Looking to just push in that wave. There he does. So another one going on in.
Now it's just a battle of defense right now for BBQ. They need to try to hold on for quite a while longer and then deny Baron attempts from the ROX Tigers. Try to recover that way.
Yeah, very, very passive. Just farming the lanes, letting ROX push it in. They know there's no way they can take a head-on fight, especially against Tigers with their lead and the 2 Infernal Drakes. Just don't go near them. Maybe if Tempt can find Songyun again. That's always an option.
Oh, ROX Tigers.
Oh boy. Well, this is one way to accelerate the game very fast, and if BBQ is playing this passive, but it seems like they've caught on to this. He is waiting in the wings to look for a pick. They're going to find Totoro. He will go down. Yeah, Mickey coming in from the left side will easily pick up Tempt, so that's going to be a couple of kills. Nice play here from the ROX Tigers to bait them in. Ghost now on the run, trying to flash away. Mickey trying to get him down. Bless will go down up top at the same time nearly as Ghost goes down. So that's 4 kills. Crazy didn't even enter that fight. And now they will return to the Baron.
Yeah, and they're going to easily be able to pick up this Baron. There's no hope for BBQ to stop this. Crazy's not even going to try to go over to it. And so it's game 3 here is off to a super explosive mid-game as ROX Tigers almost at a 10K gold lead at 20 minutes. And this was a very good Baron play. You see the Caitlyn traps not allowing Bless or Ghost in. They locked up Totoro, got him. Tempt went too far forward into the fog of war, got wrapped around by Mickey and deleted. Mickey was able to stay on top of Ghost. Ghost couldn't quite run away from him. Picked that up as Songyun up top, able to lay waste to Bless.
And now this game is beginning to get a little bit crazy, especially with the help of those two Infernal Drakes, as I keep saying. Like, when you get this kind of lead and have those kinds of Drakes with the Baron pushing in, doesn't matter how much MR you build, it's going to be a pretty nice landslide here for the ROX Tigers right now, unless they do make some kind of mistake here.
Well, if we're looking at the items across most of the champions, a lot of the items are very defensive right now, and they don't really have any spikes going for them. So BBQ not in a position to really stop a Baron siege. And that Caitlyn is going to do a lot of work. Game just accelerated a little bit too quickly for them, and they have not found any way to stabilize. And more turrets are poised to fall now. No one even has a QSS, by the way. Everyone is susceptible to Keys Malzahar.
They just can't afford it. They're like desperately trying to scrounge together whatever they can find on the floor of Summoner's Rift. any golds they can scrounge up. But not being too successful. It looks like they may make a stand here. Tempt does get stunned. They're going to be able to clear this wave. But meanwhile, you got Mickey up in top. Caitlyn, Songyun is in mid, pushing that one in. And the system's ping's going down, but he's setting up the wall of traps once again. And Kia's right there. We've got a lot of damage.
Almost goes down. Now Shy and Mighty Bear. And this is just them being way too far ahead at too early of a point. It's one thing to be 10K ahead. It's another to be 10K ahead at 23 minutes.
Yeah, definitely not the standard. Now, Mickey may have paid for it with his life. The Unleashed Power comes out after he's able to chrono shift back, but actually he turns it back and brings down Tempt with him. And meanwhile, the rest of his team was pushing inhibitors. Here comes Shy. He is trying to get onto Blast. Looks like he will survive Crazy, just not tanky enough. Will be shredded there. Dredgeline will miss, but ROX Tigers continue to push.
Looks like the ROX Tigers could even potentially push on into a victory here with Songyun still alive. He almost goes down. They might only just get one Nexus turret. Never mind, Bless.
Oh, close.
He almost was a food drive.
So, looks like not even the Nexus turret. Nice try, though. They had that wave with Baron.
They only got 2 inhibitors, Brendan.
Yeah. It was a nice try, I guess.
Songyun now gonna net into the dragon. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even want it. That dragon can live. Now, the items that they have, you can see the QSS even being picked up by Songyun. This is something I talked about a lot also. Take a look at the Guardian Angel on Mighty Bear and just all the defensive items that are coming out. When you're this far ahead, you're already dealing unnatural amounts of damage due to either base level advantages or because you're too far accelerated, you already have damage items that you're not supposed to have at that point in the game. And if you're capable of winning without those advantages, then just add on defense and you win anyway, because it really reduces the opponent's chance to just remove you from the field and then have your champion's gold be absent in the advantage.
But when you're in solo queue, it looks a lot cooler to one-shot somebody instead of living. So
Okay.
I choose to pick up Majia's Soul Stealer. That's my my go-to item for for when I'm really far ahead. Seems like maybe these guys are a bit smarter than I am. Going for the push-up in top lane. Now, this is kind of the follow-up to what we saw occur for the first 25 minutes of the game.
Mickey almost deletes half of a turret in just one combo with that Lich Bane and that Herald. Does have to flash away, but it doesn't matter. The inhibitor up in top is falling.
Oh, Tempt. It's getting close. Shy is doing crazy amount of damage too with the help of Mickey. And let's see how many kills the ROX Tigers can pick up on the back end. That's going to be 3. Caitlyn is one-shotting these guys as they just don't have enough health to survive. Trying to get as many kills as possible before the game ends. And can they get any more? Dredgeline is going to miss. Doesn't look like they will, but the ROX Tigers will pick up the 2-1 victory in tonight's series over BBQ.
And what a clean third game. 2 kills only for BBQ able to be picked up in that series. 26-minute win. And honestly, it almost looks like the last time these two teams met, the final game of the night to conclude, just extremely one-sided. Mickey on the Echo having a phenomenal performance. Don't know if he'll get the MVP. I would assume that he would, most likely. He doesn't have the highest kill participation. Yeah. Key, though, on that Malzahar had a lot of clutch nether grasps, and ROX were able to close out the series. BBQ need to learn how to play the macro game because it is pretty evident at this point so far in LCK Spring that they just fall apart when it gets to that stage. And Bless really needs to refine his other champions because it's kind of unacceptable to have such a heavy reliance on non-meta junglers at this level of play.
The other part of this is that the matchup was very important for BBQ. You can see they're kind of crushed because now they're almost definitely going to the relegation matches because ROX Tigers was 7th place. BBQ is 8th place. So now they're kind of designated as that 8th place team ahead of Jinner GreenWings and Konu Monster, but behind ROX Tigers. And losing this game is only going to hurt their record. So unless they win the next 3, and the ROX Tigers lose the next 2, or rather the next 3 I think it is for them as well, that should be the way it goes down for 8th place and 7th place. So not too happy with that. But guys, we are going to go straight to the MVP interview in just a minute. So stay tuned for that. Welcome back here, guys, the MVP interview. Do want to clear up one thing, actually, that I said at the end there. There is only 2 relegation spots, apparently, so looks like pretty much Kongdu and Jinner are kind of relegated to the relegation spots. BBQ is kind of safe. Still a disappointing loss, nonetheless.
That's right, and they did get closer there in the end, so regardless, a great win for Tiger Squad. That's what I'm going to call the ROX Tigers from now on, because looking at their last game and today's, again, although they did drop that first set, very exciting stuff coming out of this team.
Yeah. What did you think of Smitey Bear today?
Oh, I like how he played Rengar in the second set, and then Elise in this one really makes me, think of a plethora of nicknames for him. I think I'll call him Spidey Bear for this one.
Spidey Bear? Yeah,
there
that
it
works. He was kind of Key's sidekick in this one.
That's right.
So Malzahar and Spidey Bear going through the jungle.
Well, speaking of keys, there's another key on that ROX Tigers roster, and that's Mickey bringing out the Echo and then basically tearing everyone to shreds with it. Songyun also target banned rather heavily with that AD carry, choice, but regardless, let's take a look at the MVP. Key again.
Yeah. He was just making too many plays along the map. He really used that Malzahar quite well. Instead of just sticking around in lane, he just let Songyun stick there by himself. And he was just the roaming support with, as I said before, his sidekick Spidey Bear.
So that also means, because Key got the MVP in set 2, we're going to be hearing from the ROX Tigers head coach Kong again, I believe. Of course, it depends on which, member of the coaching staff does accept the invitation. And today is just Coach Shin. So on the interview desk, we have Key and Coach Shin. So Key, first of all, how do you feel about the victory? And he says, I'm really happy that we won the match, and also even happier that I got the MVP as well. So how'd you feel about, launching that comeback victory? And Key says, after the first set, we just talked a lot about how we gave the opponents way too much. We talked about how we should limit our mistakes, make as little mistakes as possible. and that was our way to coming back in the series. And I believe they asked about Mighty Bear, but Coach Shin says they brought him in, they brought Mighty Bear in for the second round and plugged him in there, and he did so much better than expected. So looks like Mighty Bear impressing on the ROX Tigers lineup organization-wise, and the results show for it. Now, Key, regarding his second game Tom Kench pick, he actually says, "Oh, I had no choice but to play it."
Yeah, they left it open for him, so.
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that you might hear after winning the game, but maybe Key wanted something else. And regarding some of the patch 7.5 changes, he says he's pretty happy because he thinks it's a good change because it allows people to build different item builds in the bottom lane. And also asking about Ezreal Karma, I believe is the bottom lane they asked about. He says, Ezreal Karma is an extremely strong bottom lane if you hit all your Qs, but in the professional scene, it's really hard to do that. It's easier said than done to hit literally every single one of your Qs.
It's the QQ lane.
That's right.
Makes your opponents
Maybe
cry.
a very conditional bottom lane duo is his opinion. Now, head coach Shin with a rather interesting tidbit there, saying that or at least the coaching staff, felt like the ROX Tigers lineup were rather reckless in their habits of gravitating towards the Baron. So they actually said, you know what, let's try to stay off the Baron tonight. Well, I'm not sure if that feedback went through because they did get their fair share of Barons. But it looks like we'll be taking a look at the highlights from set 3. So did Key decide he was going to go roaming the first second he hit level 6? And he says, you know, I had such an easy time getting to level 6. Nothing was in my way, and as soon as I hit it, I basically thought, well, we won. Now, Songyun dying to the Syndrome there. And he says, I told him the ultimate was coming. Another great Malzahar ultimate that secured the Baron for the ROX Tigers. What did Coach Shin make of that? And he says, our bottom lane could be unstoppable regardless of whoever it is we're playing against. Could be.
Interesting.
But nevertheless, very pleased with Key's performance here. And to add to that, Coach Shin says our team would be excellent as long as we didn't have, you know, our consistent issues with consistency. Now, which other player would he like to compliment apart from Key? And Coach Shin says he would like to, give the compliments to Mickey for playing such a great Echo. And also an interesting fact about Mickey, most players might be a little bit, less spoken during the match environment, but Mickey was so strong-spoken today, saying that he needed to play that Echo. Now asking them too about their remaining matches. And Coach Shin says, it's always the same with us. We focus on what we could do as opposed to, what the opponents could do. And he also says, we only have a couple of matches left. We'll be trying our best to get into playoffs. And that's it for the MVP interview with Key and ROX Tigers coach Shin.
Yeah, so we had a 2-0 and then a 2-1. ROX Tigers able to take it at the end. Samsung gets another win under their belt against the Dinner GreenWings. I'd like to point you guys to the left side of the screen. You guys can see all the matches for the rest of the week. Tomorrow is going to be fantastic. KT versus MVP. Should be closer than you'd think. Also, SKT versus Longju. We'll see if Longju can make a stand against the strongest team in the league. You guys can see the current standings. Samsung 1 game ahead of KT. If KT goes down tomorrow, they're going to be equal with MVP and definitely below Samsung. So definitely an important game for them tomorrow.
I also want to bring to your attention, although Samsung did 2-0 the Jenner GreenWings tonight, previously the Jenner team did take 1 set off of KT Rolster and MVP. So I just want to mention maybe the Jenner GreenWings might find a little bit of form towards the end of the season. And I don't know, if you take a year-long approach here, it might be showing that this lineup is developing. But regardless, somewhat heartbreaking for the ROX Tigers because they win 2 in a row and yet they're still stuck in the same place. But impressive form nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe next split they can do a little bit better. But either way, guys, you guys can see the matchup for tomorrow is quite exciting. You can see the other matchups we'll have here at SPOTV down there at the bottom. But outside of that, that's going to do it for us here on the desk at SPOTV and the Next Sun Arena. We'll see you guys next time for more LCK.
Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you.